Is this thing on? All right, let's begin. Hello and welcome to another Hedgehog Make stream. My name is Austin, aka Zombie Hedgehog, and today we're going to be unboxing the brand new Creality Ender 3 V3 SE. So this is a new to the market 3D printer. I don't know when it came out, but as of this time of recording, it is fresh off the press. And typically I wouldn't buy a Creality printer to review, but this has a lot of features to it, all combined together to create what I am considering the best entry-level 3D printer. One that you would just buy and use. Perfect for beginners or perfect for if you just need a printer that just works. So I'll be unboxing this, going over all the parts that make it appear good, and we have to test it, see how well it prints. But I've seen some reviews and I've just seen a little bit about it, so it's piqued my interest enough to land on my desk. So that being said, this is recorded live on my YouTube channel. If you want to catch these in the future, make sure to subscribe, and while you're down there, like the video. Let's pop into this, making sure that my address isn't anywhere here. I don't think so. It was shipped inside of a different box, but this is what you get. First impressions. Look how small this box is. This is an Ender 3. Typically, these boxes are bigger. I feel like they are. I haven't received a 3D printer in a long time, but this seems pretty damn big. Or small for a full-size 3D printer. It's not a small printer by any means. It's a standard, 235 bed, 220 by 220 build volume printer. It is not Core XZ. No, that is the actual Ender 3. For anyone confused, this right here, SE, I'll underline it for you. That right there, that means not the regular printer. That means it's the Ender 3 V3 SE, whatever SE stands for. I don't think anyone actually knows, but I call it Special Edition because this is a pretty special printer. So let's get into unboxing it. I'm just going to use my trusty snips because I use those for pretty much everything. So I'll be focused mainly on getting this printer set up and printing. But if you have any questions about 3D printing as I'm doing this, this is one of my typical live streams, so I like to answer questions from chat and then just discuss 3D printing in general. So welcome on everyone. We have Lerman, Da Vinci, Mecha Steve, Kenneth Sang, and Incendium currently watching. Thank you for tuning in to the start of the stream. So it looks like we have some of this nice soft foam. I like to see things packaged with this. It's kind of the standard now for foam. It's kind of this softer foam that absorbs impact pretty well. Hey, how's it going? You met me at Rocky Mountain, decided to join. Well, welcome in. Glad to see everyone. And yeah, I actually went to the Creality Sharefest over at Rocky Mountain. No, sorry, that was Murph. The second of my Retract fests. And that was a lot of fun. This printer didn't exist then, but it would have been nice to see up close and personal. They do have some of their other printers though that have been a little more popular. Let's see if I can do this. Not the best quality, but you get it. The K1 and K1 Max, those are the two new hot printers from Creality at this time. They're kind of like Bamboos, enclosed, Corex-wise, just works. So there's actually a lot of similarities to this printer from the K1, which is again why it's very interesting. So we'll go over those. What you get in the box, you get stickers. So you don't have to go attend a Retract Fest to get stickers. Stickers, build manual, one of those unclogging tools. I actually have one of these with a nice handle on it. You get some filament that I'm probably not even going to bother using. Lots of tools. This is interesting right here. This is it's a USB stick with an full-size SD card in it. So this printer actually takes a full-size SD card, which is really nice. It's a huge step up from those tiny little SD cards. So if you have to use an SD card, that is far, far better than the alternative. You get a power cable, you get the standard looking Ender 3 screen. Looks very similar to the Ender 3 V2, which in fact was my first printer ever. I took that thing, I modded it as much as it possibly could. But honestly, I added a lot of features that this printer just comes with. Is the Ender 3 V3 squishy? What do you mean by squishy? I can tell you it does come with their bed surface that I don't really like. So I'll use it for this initial setup, but I'll swap it over for one of my other PEI sheets. Let's see what we get. Wow, so the Z assembly comes already assembled. And as you can see, I'll move it over here a little. It's the first time I've ever seen this design. You have one stepper motor with a coupler into a standard lead screw, which drives the Z-axis. But at the top here, there's a closed loop belt. So it has two pulleys right here on an idler. And then this belt, if I was to move this, the belt itself moves this lead screw. So I think this is available as a mod that you can buy for another Ender, like a single Z-axis, single lead screw Ender. But this comes out of the box. Just that alone will help a lot with, you get some issues with a single-sided printer, any printer, where if these V-wheels aren't tensioned correctly, or if they're worn out, well, that's different issues, but if these aren't tensioned correctly, and in general, this side will lag the movement of this side. So this one will move up, and this one will take a second to move up. So during fast travel movements, it's just not very stiff, and it's a pretty poor design. So having these coupled together, huge improvement over the original design. So that's number one of why this printer is pretty awesome. Number two is this, wow, that is a big fan shroud. That is huge. Look at that. Like, I don't think it has to be that bulky, does it? Oh, so what they've done is they have a single fan down here with a pretty poorly 3D printed duct. I'll get this on the other camera, but it is not that well printed. It's 3D printed, but it's just, whew. Not the best quality, but that's okay. It looks functional. And it looks like that's I can't tell, but it looks like a 50-15, is it? Or is it a 40-10? It's an odd size fan. It might be a 40-10? I'll take a look at it later, but you have a fan right here, single-sided. Cooling is not going to be the best out of the box. As you see, it just cools one side of the fan, or of the nozzle with the fan. I could definitely see there's room on this side for a fan, and maybe even on the other side, so I can immediately see someone modding this to have a better fan cooling setup on it. Maybe we can get Hero Me on here. This does come with a Sprite extruder. I will take off this assembly and show you that in a bit, but it comes with their direct drive. Pretty decent from what I've heard extruder, first time using it myself. But this is all direct drive. It comes with a little back plate with a ribbon cable. And it's gonna be a pretty nice little hot end with a sear touch. First time using that too. A lot of first times. Oh, that's cool. So the motor, look at that. It's driven kind of like a Voron. So you have the motor here, and then it has the two idler screws on the back side up here. And they're actually using, wow, that's interesting. They're using a combination of, can I show that? They're using a combination of a flange bearing and a regular bearing. That's strange. I don't think I've ever seen that. Instead of using two flange bearings, they're using one of each. Huh. All right. These are just generic two GT belts. So not gates. And it is going to be closed loop. No, it's not closed. Is it? No, it can't be closed loop because it has to attach in the front. Open loop belt, so you could replace this in the future. Let's put that aside. Does it squish when held firmly? I don't think so. It'll be, well, as stiff as a typical printer. The Z actually looks less stiff. So this is the extrusion profile right here. And they've cut out part of it, but it's just a different style of extrusion. So I don't know if that's going to be any better or worse than a standard 2020, but it does put the V-wheels closer together on the Z-axis. So it essentially rides on a 2020, or sorry, yeah, 2020 on the Z instead of a 2040. So that might improve something with the Z-axis. I can't tell for sure. We'll have to, again, play with it and see. I'm expecting this to print pretty well. Nothing spectacular, but good print quality. Hard to find a nice squishy printer. The spray extruder is really powerful. Put on your Ender 3 Pro and has worked well. Okay. Yeah, I've heard a few people kind of give mixed feedback on it, but overall, it sounds like it's a good little extruder for Creality, right? Hey, Maker Viking, I created. Welcome in. We have some Tetris blocks right here. They definitely played Tetris to put this thing in the box because it could not be packed any more compact, really. So this I'm gonna pull out. I think it's, yeah, just this right here. So this pulls out, the bed comes with it. Bed does not come locked during shipping. So I'm gonna put this aside, and I think that's it for the box. Looks like it. So let's get rid of that. All right, and switch back over to the other camera in a second. So this is the new base. If it appears wobbly, my table is a little uneven, so I'll find a good spot for it, but maybe it has leveling feet. It does not have leveling feet. That's funny. This is a brand new base for me. It's a plastic base. Let's go over here. This is me a bit better. So plastic, injection molded base. So the weird Z profile indexes into here. It doesn't look like that'll hold it in extremely well, but it looks like it attaches with 3 screws. Interesting. The Z-axis, or the Y-axis, the motor is driven in the front, which is new. Usually the motor is sticking out the back. But we have a front-mounted screw, or pulley, and in the back, that's where our belt adjustment is. So I think for both axes, the belt tension adjustment is a little screw instead. Typically it's a larger knob, but it makes more sense to have as a screw because how often are you adjusting the belt tension? You should be able to set it and forget it. Maybe adjust it once in a while, tighten it as it gets stretched out. Okay, no, for full disclosure, I bought this with my own money. Creality did not send me this. I hope to work with them in the future, but for now, I did have to buy this printer. But for $200, I think this is kind of going to be a steal. It's going to be a great platform for people to get in and really with minimal upgrades, make this a very, very good machine. So we're gonna test that. Notably on the base, it comes with this pretty jank strain relief. It's one of the styles that attaches to the post for the bed screw. So it attaches right in here. Will it work? Yeah, it'll work fine. But I don't love it. They could probably, make it a bit better. They really could. In terms of the getting stuck on places, it doesn't look like it's going to get caught on anything. A lot of printers have an issue where it'll get stuck on something. Usually there's like a rail here or something, but I don't see this really getting stuck anywhere. So that's good. And then we have this giant ribbon cable. Very nice sleeving on it. Only mildly jank from being folded up for shipping, but very long ribbon cable that'll go to the hot end itself. I'm expecting there to be a little bit of cable management, and there's some labeling on here that we'll look at. And then this is our Z-axis cable. They've actually sleeved this. This whole printer looks a lot better than just a generic like Ender 3 clone. Like, this is not an Ender 3 clone. Ironically, they've truly made a new platform. Now, they might have borrowed inspiration from other printers. For better or for worse, you get a better printer out of it. So yeah, $200 for this. Keep that in mind as we go through. At least in America, at the time of recording, it's not going to go up. You might even find it on sale for less. That'll be pretty nice if they drop the price for promotion. I don't think it could possibly go lower, but hey, you never know. So while we have this non-assembled, let's flip it upside down, put it on the bed, and take a look at the bottom. This is new for me. It's a stamped sheet metal bottom. Let's grab my new, I got a LTT stubby screwdriver, so we'll put that to the test. These look like M2 screws. Let's undo this. Got yours for $180 with a coupon code. Nice. Yep, coupon codes. There's Creality generally offers some discounts. So this is the MSRP of $200, and that's what I'm gonna go with. You might get it for slightly more expensive on one of their resellers, and then it'll eventually go on sale. If you want to swap to a better generic motherboard, you have to recable, replace the ribbons. Ah, gotcha. Well, this is not going to be a printer where I'm going to just recommend buying it to mod. I'm really not going to recommend that. If for some reason, you want a better motherboard, you want better this and that, it might be worth just getting a new printer, to be honest. But we'll take a look inside, see what's going on. But I'm expecting that if you're going to be using this printer, you're keeping the stock extruder, maybe not stock hot end, but similar hot end. Is the mainboard clipper compatible? That's a great question. I don't know. If someone could figure that out, that would be cool. Let's see what's under here. So this cable is... Oh, there's a fan here. Okay, there's a fan that's schmooed in place. They want to make sure that no glue is getting there through shipping. So we'll just have to set this aside for now. Okay, this is very, very rough sheet metal. It will cut you if you take this apart. So be very careful if you ever have to take this off. I don't recommend ever removing this. but let's see if I can get a good view for you. Oh, really? Yeah, it's just, okay, typically a Creality, okay, every single connector, a JST connector is glued in for shipping. They use a lot of glue, but this one doesn't seem too bad. Let's zoom in as much as possible and then show this off. Maybe if I go like this. There we go. So this is the board. It is a Creality board. I don't know what board it is. It doesn't have any labeling on it. It says CR4NS2320C13, but there's no like typical marking on the board. Someone has it running with Clipper. Oh yeah, that's right. Of course, you can hook up a Sonic pad to this, so yeah, it should support Clipper. You'll be able to flash it and then use it. It has USB-C as a connector on the side, as well as a full-sized SD card slot. No more of those mini micro SD cards. Yep, we got ferrules on the side with proper terminals. There are some expansion ports because actually, what is that? Oh no, that's for the no, it can't be for the screen. I don't know what these ports are just by first look. I really don't know. Could be for another model. But there's different LCD connectors. That one says Z. I don't know what that could mean. Maybe for another Z stepper, but I doubt it. Where is the Z stepper connector? That would be over here. That's routed back in a ribbon cable somewhere. Maybe that one? Yeah, regardless. The main idea is that it does not have typical connectors. You will not be able to just use this board in another printer because it has this ribbon cable. A lot of times, a board manufacturer will include a typical layout for a printer and then also have a ribbon cable, but this one does not. You'll have to essentially use the ribbon cable no matter what, and you'll have to do some weird crimping to fix it. It won't be fun. Maybe in the future someone will sell a breakout connector, like a pre-crimped little breakout board for this, but at that point I don't think it's worth it. So we have ferrules on everything. They're using some nice silicone wire. Looks and feels pretty good. The power supply is a generic Creality 350 watt power supply. Grounding, it is bonded to the inlet and then connected where? Connected where? Okay, so it is tied to this sheet metal right here, which I don't know what that gets connected to, but it's connected here. Oh, okay, so it gets screwed into the frame. So the frame Z-posts are all connected to this metal. It's very thick sheet metal, and that's what provides stability for the Z-axis. Honestly, it doesn't seem like this thing's gonna be crazy stable, but we'll see. So essentially the Z-axis comes in like this on each side. This spans across. That's kind of your crossbar. But instead of feet, they've added this plastic bit. So you know the stability might be increased because this whole entire chassis with the bottom stamped sheet metal acts as a base. So maybe it's possibly more stable than the regular Ender 3 design. Hard to tell without, you know, really using it. But yeah, one motor, everything seems pretty nice. Oh, this is cool. Down here, sorry, I'm holding this up because the fan is in. It's kind of awkward. Right here we have a well, I call it a ferrule, but that's not right, is it? It's for for noise, for electrical noise, for the screen, so the screen doesn't have any issues. I haven't seen that on a ribbon cable like this. Interesting. I don't know how effective that would be either, or why they needed it. Like, were they having issues with the screen for some reason? Yeah, it's a filter. So were they having issues with the screen, said, shoot, we need to throw this in. Because I don't know if they would just add one for no reason. Interesting. Very interesting. Nothing really else to look at under here. Safety looks pretty much fine for me. Everything is grounded. The Z will be grounded. Anything that's metal in this printer that's exposed will be grounded. The bottom sheet metal, though, that does not look like it is properly grounded. No, it is not. Because it's not touching anything besides these plastic standoffs. So I don't know how this bottom sheet they expect to ground. So that's kind of a knock. I'll take a couple points off of that. So this right here should be grounded, and I don't immediately see a way that it is. It's just attached with these standoffs here. It doesn't touch the power supply at all. But there is venting for the an inlet for the power supply. There's a fan blowing directly over the board. It's a pretty big, beefy fan. I don't know how loud it is, but we'll find out. This looks like something you can easily replace for a Noctua, though. This is a 60mm fan by the looks of it. Yeah, it's a 6024. Well, you could probably put in a Noctua 6020 and that'll do you well. Pull the sides of the bottom, don't touch the bottom brace. No, the bottom brace is well recessed in here, and I don't think this even touched the power supply. It actually is raised up, so it doesn't touch anything. Let's see. No, it does not touch. Maybe this right here does? Maybe? Doesn't look like it. Also, in Creality fashion, they're running the cable for the Z through this sharp stamped metal. Not the best. It's not going to be the worst, and it shouldn't see any motion, but still, come on, really, add a grommet through here or something. Okay, let's get this back assembled. Does it have any interference? I do. That has to go in like this, and that goes in like this. Sticking out right here. I guess it kind of just goes into place. Whatever's here, it is pressing up on. So this like mess of cables right here that's tied, it seems like it wants to stick out. Definitely not a premium enclosure. There's a lot of room under there for activities, so if you wanted to mod this thing, you have a lot of room. But yeah, this whole base could definitely be thicker. It could be better designed, and it does not look like it's grounded, which it's immediately next to the power inlet. I don't like that. Definitely do not like that, and I can't give that a pass. Maybe it's just like flimsy, and that's why not great. For feet, they are sticky feet. These are the same feet that's on an Ender 3v2, but instead of in a profile, it is on the bottom. And it's interesting how they laid it out. Because there's screws right here, they had to kind of push the feet inward. It would be nicer to have it where the feet are further back, maybe like right here. So that way if it's on a shelf, you can have a smaller shelf, I have it stick out the front. This way you have to kind of put it on the edge and push it back a bit. And I don't see an easy way of attaching 3D printed feet. Typically, you could slide them into an extrusion, but to attach feet to this, you'll probably have to use these screws that I'm putting right now. These are just M3s. So you could design a TPU foot that goes through the M3. That seems possible. Always think about modding, because when you talk about Ender 3, you generally think about modding. Everyone wants to mod their Ender 3 to make it better. There's whole groups dedicated to just modding. And this printer is probably one of the, not the first, but definitely the first that I've seen that I'm not going to tell you to immediately mod. There's not a lot on here that you would just change right off the bat. You know, some Enders, you'd immediately want to replace the board because it's an 8-bit board, or it has loud stepper drivers, whatever the case is. But yeah, this one seems like it's going to be decent. And for 200 bucks, there's not much else for competition. Now, there actually is some competition, and I'll be checking out a couple in the future, but for now, this is the only one that I have, and it's my only out-of-the-box printer that has been modded. And I'm going to try to leave it like that. So that is the Z-axis, or sorry, the base for the printer. Before we install the Z, we'll do a final inspection on the top of here. Linear rods. Probably their best move. I would like to, you know, have seen linear rails, but these are probably the most consumer friendly in terms of maintenance and in terms of rigidity. So if you have not seen these before, they're very much like the Prusa motion system, where there's these hardened steel rods with a bearing. I don't think I have a bearing handy, but I do. They use a bearing like this. This is an LM8 bearing. So that will go on here. And it looks like they have 2 long bearings right in the middle. So not 3, but 2. That's kind of an interesting design choice. So 2 bearings right there. Not the best for stability, but it allows them to have a very compact package, because the bed can slide all the way to the front and all the way to the bottom. They don't collect bits of plastic. That's true. Yep. My King Rune, the KP5L, it actually had these on the bottom, which is the same concept. These are extrusions with the same rods built in, but plastic would collect in here and it would run into the plastic and cause a bunch of issues. So this is a little more rigid than this. This had an issue with reliability. So this is not be perfect, but it'll be a lot better than V-wheels. I'm not a huge fan of V-wheels. I'll put that out there. But if you're going to replace any axis and upgrade your V-wheels, it's the bed. The bed is the heaviest, it has the most mass, and every time it moves back and forth, it puts a lot of force on the bearings. So if you can expect, if this stops and this bed wants to continue going, and it's a little bit shaky, it's going to want to go up and down. So having a very constrained, you know, this bed is very rigid for a bed slinger. Not the most rigid, but it's on par with pretty much any of the other beds that are fixed. So this does have a fixed bed. Not sure about that yet. We're gonna check out the bed mesh. I don't expect this is gonna be amazing because they're using a really thin bed like they would typically use. It's a thin bed and it's fully constrained, only at 4 points. So typically, if it's constrained at 4 points, the bed will want to kind of bowl, because as it expands, it has nowhere to expand. So the outsides tend to kind of bowl up and the middle goes down, or the opposite, the middle goes up and the bottoms go down. But you'll get a kind of a weird result and it won't be flat. The only way to get it flat is to get a thicker aluminum sheet. Yeah, this bed is not like perfectly, you know, rigid, but as you print, you're not putting forces like this on the bed. You're going back and forth. And it might be a little bit wobbly because of the resonances, etc., just having it move. But overall, for this is extremely rigid. It does not get much more rigid than that. They could have used thicker metal for both of these right here. They do have a little bit of insulation, which is interesting. Not the full bed, but just part of the bed has some insulation on it. Neat. It does have it's a single-sided, it's a flex sheet, but it has, I think it's polycarbonate, and I'll use it, but I find that stuff sticks way too well to that material. Oh wow, brand new magnet. I haven't seen that in a while. I will be replacing this with a PEI sheet, but I'll try this out for now. And it seems like it has the standard Ender 3 bed pattern. So theoretically, you could replace this bed with something like a Gulf Coast bed. Theoretically, you could. I might look into that, actually, if it has the same spacing. Because if you put a Gulf Coast bed on, which is thicker, that would add more stability to the bed. Well, at least it would make it flatter. Wouldn't add much stability. But you might be able to retain the nozzle probing. So down here, this is probably the best feature of the printer. You can't see it, but right here, there's a little strain gauge. Right above, or right below this screw. As it presses down, it's able to sense the force right here and take a measurement. It doesn't take much, but you should be able to use this. I mean, it comes as a feature. You should be able to use it for auto Z offset. It'll probe the bed. It'll probe the bed with the probe, read the bed surface, and then probe over with the nozzle to get the nozzle height. And combined, it has a known Z offset. So that'll be very interesting. You might have to do a first time offset. I don't know, we'll go through the process, but for $200, having pretty much fully automatic offset out of the box, that's a game changer for beginners. Who has struggled leveling a bed before? I know I have. It just takes time. And even if you know what you're doing, it's annoying. So just not having to deal with Z offsets, we'll see. I'm assuming that's what it does. Yeah, it must be. Must be. We'll see. So, yeah. Let's put the Z-axis on and get it assembled. This is a Marlin printer. Does not come with Clipper, but it should be Clipper compatible with the Sonic pad. I probably wouldn't recommend that, but you can Clipperize it yourself, hypothetically. Where to put the Z-axis? Should we read the manual? Let's take a look at the manual, because it has some interesting things. If you have a question, feel free to tag me in chat so I can see it. Otherwise, I'll carry on. After sales service card. Okay. Let's see. Wow. Has a 1-year limited warranty as required, and 3 months limited warranty for vulnerable parts, nozzle, module, flatbed, glass platform, etc. Okay. So pretty much no warranty, but you might be able to get some support with them. Method 1. Let's see. Quick start guide available on Creality Cloud. I will not be using Creality Cloud with this printer. You can go online, or there's a manual in the SD card. Okay. So the first step is the frame. So it uses 3 M3 by 14 screws to attach the Z-axis together. This is one of the first Enders that uses M3 screws for the Z-axis instead of a typical dual M5 screws. Yeah, I'm gonna boycott Creality Cloud for obvious reasons, but that's just not a service that I can endorse at this time. But we're here to talk about the hardware, not the software. We'll be using our own software, and honestly, we'll probably end up flashing a community firmware onto this, because I'm sure there's going to be some pretty cool firmwares that utilize the strain gauge. So it looks like these are the screws. They come with a built-in washer. Awesome. Be a little bit of a Tetris to get this assembled, but let's see how hard it could be. This price range would be a great first printer for hobbyists. Yes, that is the idea. First printer. Or, you know, a second reliable printer. Hey, Traxman, how's it going? So, this sits right in here. Just kind of goes into place. Okay. So, oh, okay. This is cool. So we have M3 by 8 screws from the top. Oh, okay. So over here on this side, where a motor would go, you know, there's a spot for what would be a motor mount, which there isn't. They actually use the same, yeah, that's cool. They use the same mount for this motor to attach this frame down here. Interesting. Okay, that works. Because you can take, let's see, these are M4 by 10s. Maybe these ones down here. Spare parts. M3 by 8. You can take M3 by 8s and attach it from above as well. Not gonna be for the frame stability, but it will help with alignment, which is fun. Yeah, cost savings, you have one mold. Sure, definitely. Seems like pretty nice injection mold. And the whole chassis is very, very high quality. For plastic, this seems pretty nice. So what I'm gonna do is attach the frame. Give this screwdriver a run for its money. I'm going to attach the frame with 2 screws right here. This will be so when I flip it over, it's already aligned and held in place. It actually aligns by slotting into the frame, but this will just make sure it doesn't fall out as I flip it over. It tells you to do it after, but I say do it first because I'm not going to follow the rules. So screw this in, nice and tight. Looks like they're using heat sets, so you don't want to over tighten them. Okay, and then we can flip it on its side, like that, and there's the bottom. So these use longer M3 by 14 screws with washers pre-assembled, and it has a lock washer too. So they don't want this freeing up with vibrations. You can either use a lock washer or use Loctite, but for the price, this seems fine. Hey, Pezliz, how's it going? It can take a minute to assemble. Quick review of the LTT stubby. I typically don't like stubby screwdrivers, but this one's not stubby. It's pretty long. I think of stubby as the little handheld nozzle wrench I have. This right here. This is stubby. This is more like small, but it's nice. And the magnets on it are very strong. Like, you put your screw on and it's not going anywhere. So be able to get it aligned perfect and then screw it on. We flashing clipper firmware? No, we are not. In fact, I do not plan on clipperizing this permanently. I might try it out because with Clipper, you can just install Clipper. It's a firmware. Run it for a bit, try it out, and then when you're done, just flash the stock firmware back. So we are going to retain the screen in this one. If you missed it, check out my profile, but I have a video of the Sovol SB06 Plus, where I immediately flashed it with Clipper. I pulled the printer, then I flashed it because I wanted Clipper. So why Clipper? Clipper, the firmware that's coming with more and more 3D printers, allows for faster accelerations. Actually, not necessarily, because Marlin can handle pretty high accelerations, but it has input shaper, so a pretty good way of measuring how many vibrations are in your printer and then compensating for it. That's probably the best feature of Clipper. And if you want to do any tweaking to it, so you can adjust the settings and the firmware, etc., you can do that right on a config file in a web browser. The whole printer can be controlled via web browser. It's pretty nice software. But Marlin is pretty powerful. It's not a bad operating system, and it's one of the most trusted. You get it set up and it works. And especially now with the built-in input shaping, which we'll see if this one has an input shaper firmware built in. I'm not sure. I don't know too much about this printer. But Marlin does support a basic form of input shaping now, which should help get faster accelerations and less ringing. We'll see. And yes, all my printers are Clipper, so they're all accessed in my web browser, and they're all controlled the same way. So that's typically why I use Clipper. I also use it because it supports remote sending of files. But you could put Octoprint on here, or you could buy a little box that allows for remote sending of files. Not completely out of the box. But the fact that it has a full-size SD card, not the end of the world. It's gonna become a little bit annoying, just, you know, having to unplug the SD card, put in your computer, slice your file, put on the SD card, then start the print. And then you realize that, oh, I sliced the wrong file. You gotta take out the SD card, reslice the file. You gotta put it back and forth a lot. At least with the full size, it's more robust, and you're not gonna just lose it. These boards don't flash Clipper easily without a sonic pad. You have to do funky things. Okay, well, maybe we'll try it out, because we can. And no Creality Cloud, of course not. It's not the not my favorite service. So next on here, I think we're good. The whole frame is assembled. Like, that's it, just 6 screws. Not a folding design, but it is what it is. And welcome in, nice to see everyone. I typically stream on Twitch because that's where I have a lot of fun, but for these unboxings and reviews, I do them over on YouTube because I get a free video out of them. And it's fun to mix up the platforms once in a while, get some new people on. Is it anyone's first time over here on this stream? Let me know. It wants us to put the spool holder on. Okay. So the spool holder does not have any bearings, but I find that spool holders with bearings actually defeat the purpose because it unspools too much. So you want a little bit of resistance on your spool. So this should be perfect. Nice, nice. So welcome in. Let's see. See if I can assemble this whole thing with a stubby screwdriver. I'm gonna flip the bits. Does it come with, actually, does it come with tools? Yeah, it comes with all the Allen keys you need to typically assemble this, but I don't use them. So the spool gets mounted in the front, so it's going to hang over the front, and we're going to use these M5 screws to attach it. Oof, the stubby screwdriver barely fits. It's not ideal at all. But this goes on like this. I'm not a huge fan of top-mounted spool holders, especially on a frame that is probably not the sturdiest. What happens is your weight gets shifted to the top of the printer, so your center of gravity is high. As you move the printer, the bed back and forth, it wants to naturally oscillate in this direction, and the higher your center of gravity is, the more of this you get. So the more artifacts. With Input Shaper, it can kind of help cancel that out, but I still prefer side-mounted spool holders or something like that. And note, again, on this printer, you don't get many options. It's just plastic. You can't just mod it. It'll be interesting to see what people come up with. I see a couple screws here. People are going to have stuff hanging out the front. There's a couple screws here. You might be able to use that, but there's really not a lot of options for screwing into the frame. Okay. Yeah, so this right here, don't use with a stubby screwdriver. Oh, jeez. There we go. That is on there. I'm gonna finish it up with a standard screwdriver. Probably best to use those anyway. This is the longest I had a printer stock. You're not wrong. Technically, I have a Kaiwu Tycoon. I leave that stock, but I don't use that printer because it has some serious C artifacts and I haven't messed around with it. So yeah, it's attached with a plastic crossbeam, not metal, but that's really not needed on top of the printer. It's really not. Cool, it's getting there. Next is the screen. The screen gets attached with M5x8 screws. M5x8. M3x14. M5x8. Oh, that's the top spool holder. M4x10, okay. Those are the M4 screws, which are down here. So, of course, they can't use the same size screw for everything. Metal inserts. Yeah, see, yes, okay, technically, you can do a lot with this, but you'd have to damage it. And I'm not gonna recommend damaging it to mod it. Take this cover off. Nice peel. It uses a matte screen. I don't think it's touchscreen, which is funny, but it's matte, so I'm not gonna get fingerprints on it that easy. Looks like a printer. Yeah, it does. It's very black. It's something that a lot of 3D printing modders / upgraders like is to make their printer look fancy. This you will not get because there's nothing to really 3D print. At least with the Ender 3, with extrusions, you could put in inserts or add some fancy things on here. There's almost no printed parts you can add. This crossbeam could probably be reprinted, but even then, it's not going to be necessary. Maybe a few covers and a few bits, but overall, it is what it is. That's interesting. Let's go find a screwdriver. That's the right size. Of course, I don't have the correct ones out front of me. Let's sides of this. This one, there we go. Find a working combination of drivers. Before I screw this in, I'm going to attach it. Use a little mini ribbon cable. Again, a pretty standard screen. Spray paint. Yeah, I guess you could paint it. Wouldn't be that difficult either. I do not recommend painting the printer, but hey, could look nice. Well, if you want to get really fancy, you could probably reprint the entire base, right? It's just injection molded plastic, so you could theoretically, maybe a few pieces, reprint this. I like to see someone model that and then reprint it. Now, even though this printer is open source, I don't think they include the entire CAD for the printer. I don't even know if it's open source at this point. So the screen gets attached to 3 screws, a little bit overkill, but it works. There we go. It's on there. A few more things to do. We have the Z motor that gets plugged in like this. Be careful, these connections can be a little fragile, but that gets tucked aside. Oh, I see the first issue. All right, the Z motor cable does kind of come up and touches the bed. So it touches the heat bed. Oh, can it get snagged here? Not likely, but not the best. So what you want to do is probably tuck this cable in further. Can't really go in because it's zip tied, but yeah, I just kind of press back in the cable when you're assembling it. So this right here, just kind of press it back in so it can't touch. All right. There's a Z cable holder and printables. Okay, interesting. If you want to message me that on Discord, I'll take a look. And then we're left with this ribbon cable. Ribbon cables are always interesting to cable manage. I think Sovol has the best option, which is mounting the controller right here and then running a short ribbon cable to here. Because it's mounted in the middle, anywhere the head can go, it doesn't really matter. That's my favorite solution. But with this one, it doesn't look like there's many options. We'll see what people come up with. So this kind of comes up. And what does this sticker say? Get the back positioning. Get the black positioning label. Like what? Get. I'm just gonna put it in, but I think they want it like that. That seems correct-ish. And it looks like this is intended to stay on. So you're supposed to bend it in. Oh wow. Yeah, you're supposed to like flex it in like that. Not the best installation, but okay. That works. They don't show you how to do that, but you kind of just bend it like that and put it in. So it looks like it's pretty constrained. So as it goes up and down, it sticks out a lot. I don't like that because it can get caught on things. Maybe if it came like that a bit more, like straight out, or maybe it was constrained like that. But anyway, this will come out at kind of a weird angle. To raise and lower the bed, you can easily use this belt on the top. That's what I like about belted Z. You can just move the bed up and down by moving this in the back. Not bad. So at the top, let's make sure we have full movement. Looks like we do. It's getting a little bit constrained. I'd probably have it come around the other way. But good enough. I'm not going to print at the top very often. Okay, over here we have the Z motor. X motor with just one little lead here. The end stop is mounted on the tool head. Kind of like a high-end Core XY, am I right? But the end stop's right here. This means that there's no additional wiring here. You're caught on the front of the bed. I don't know what you mean by that. But we're ready to assemble this. Let's see. Does it tell you how to do it? No, it doesn't. So let's see. I'll probably want to. Oh, this kind of feels flimsy. I wouldn't recommend lifting it by the top handle. Lift it by the frame. But this comes in, and then how the heck does that attach? Okay, these clip out, which you can't really see. And then this slots in with a little pointy bit facing the back. And then you click it in, both of these sides will click. That seems, ooh, like there's absolutely no strain relief, but there's this little piece here. Did they include a strain relief bracket? It looks like it has one in the image. They do, okay, that's right here. It says spare parts, but that's really not spare. You think it'll be 150 on sale? Something like that, probably. I'm gonna approach it as 200 because currently on the market, there isn't much for 200. Yeah, Z belts are synced, which is better than regular dual Z because synced belts means they'll never go out of alignment. You'll never have to retrim your bed. I do recommend doing Z bed meshes, or a bed mesh every print anyway, so your mileage may vary, but that's just my recommendation. It has a strain relief bracket, so this screws on. It's labeled spare parts, and it isn't part of the official assembly, which is funny. But that screws on like this, making sure that the cable, the little ribbon, the connector doesn't get any stress. It's a strain relief. Is it going to screw into this? That looks like a 3D printed part, so I'm expecting there to be some upgrades to that, probably? Maybe, we'll see. But this looks fine. Seriously, it looks fine. Looks good to me. They do have a nozzle pre-installed, but they have kind of an odd size nozzle. Kind of a weird nozzle compared to a, let's see. This is a volcano nozzle. Let's see if I can hold them up. The volcano nozzle is a little bit longer threads. And then compared to a V6 nozzle, it is longer threads, slightly longer threads, and a longer nozzle. So it's an in-between. Interesting. So you can't just run out and buy a replacement nozzle. You'll have to get one of their compatible nozzles. But this is a Creality printer. They're gonna have aftermarket nozzles almost immediately. Guarantee it. If not, they probably already have them. This might use the same nozzle type as one of their other printers, but don't quote me on that because I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's quickly take apart the tool head before we do a power on, just to see what's underneath, get an idea what we're working with. I have an idea, but I don't know for sure. Tiny bit of extra flow. Yeah, I know, seriously, it could be enough to have, you know, make this a higher performing machine. But it's nice that they're ditching the MK8 nozzles for something different. But I would rather prefer a volcano nozzle, because at least with that, it's a fixed length. You can just replace it with a standard volcano nozzle, or use one of the you know, high performance ones like the Undertaker nozzle from West 3D. You won't be able to use that with this. Hypothetically, you could slot in a volcano. It would stick out further, but hypothetically, if you were able to adjust the probe, move that all down a little, that could probably work. Interesting. So this comes off with 3 screws. It's a giant fan shroud. I'd honestly rather just not have the shroud on here, just for looks. We'll see. I'm expecting there to be a mod where a 50-15 fan comes down and blows air to the side here. I'm also expecting that there could be a fan here to go to that side, because there's really nothing on either side, right? This side is completely empty. There's no Z end stop, nothing. So they have infinite width, but yet they choose to put one small 4010 blower fan on the front with a small 3D printed duct, printed very poorly. And on this side, same thing, there's nothing. Nothing at all. Oh, we have our first issue. I'm gonna move this slowly, and you tell me if you see anything. That's right, we have a flat spot on one of our V-wheels. So an issue with V-wheels is during shipping, the nozzles will, the V-wheels will get compressed because they sit for a long time. I've heard that that'll just kind of fix itself once you start using it. But one of the main reasons why I don't like V-wheels is that out of the box, it's not a smooth movement, right? It's getting stuck right there. I don't even know where. I can't see. I can't even tell. Really can't tell. What the heck? But yeah, there's clearly an issue here. Are they over tight? Yes. Yes, they are. That's the issue. That they're way too tight. Too tight is better for performance because they press in further, but they'll wear down a lot quicker. I'd rather them be the correct tension. I'm not gonna say loose or tight, just the correct tension. So we'll have to loosen that up. But back on the hot end, they're using a wow, this is a very interesting heatsink. It's huge. Their heatsink is absolutely massive. And it does look to attach with standard Creality style screws. So theoretically, you could, I don't know if I have one here. I do. Theoretically speaking, you can take a hot end like this. This is a volcano style hot end for Creality. So hypothetically, you can screw this in. It looks like it's a direct match. And then that would give you extra, you know, flow capabilities because it's volcano length. So maybe we could try out that too. Lots of options. Again, I don't want to just mod this. I want to keep it mostly stock and use it, but you do have some options. It's not completely locked down. The sock is not the best, but it looks like it holds on pretty well. This is not a standard block either. It's a little thicker than a standard MK8 block, which, do I have one? It's a V6 block. No, let's compare it against the V6 block. It is a little bit thicker than a V6 block. Slightly thicker. What is a hot end like? What cost? The stock one? I have no idea, but this whole printer is $200. And this is the Sprite extruder. So it's a little mini extruder, kind of the size of an orbiter back here. You have a manual feed knob right here. I think it's similar to a BMG gearing. Don't quote me on that. And then with a full-size pancake NEMA 17 on the front. This thing add a lot of weight on the front. I prefer to have the extruder mounted more over the extrusion for a better center of gravity, again, for speed, but for a slower printer, this is perfectly fine. They're placed in Volcano. You could probably buy a whole pot end for a standard ender for around 30 bucks. It's like Volcano CR10, something like that. I used it on the Rook printer because it's rigid mounted with Volcano, meaning that you can use a one-handed nozzle change. This printer has single-handed nozzle change. You don't have to use a wrench. That's what I like about Ender printers, honestly. And another reason why this is a very nice little starter printer. If you have to change the nozzle, I can't use my standard wrench because, oh, can I actually? No, it's a slightly smaller size. I use a 6mm wrench instead of a 7. But I'm gonna keep the stock nozzle on and hope that doesn't have any issues. It still uses, oh, is that a bead thermistor? Or is it, it might be a standard thermistor, like a V6 style, with a lot of thermal paste. Okay, and a standard cartridge. CR Touch, which is huge. That's a massive probe. Wow, I was not expecting it to be that big. It is honestly huge. I don't know if I have a spare BL Touch around. It doesn't look like it, but yeah, that is just big. So, hypothetical mods, because this is Ender 3, we're going to talk about mods. Replace just the hot end and heat break with something like that Volcano length 1. Add some extra length to this, and then 3D print a bracket that just lowers the CR Touch, and it should just work. Now, I don't know what the offset configuration is for this, but you should be able to get it so it works. We'll have to look more into that. It has a little board on the back here that has everything plugged in. It's all very smooth, so good luck replacing stuff. Looks like they're using some special small connectors, like, yeah, those are very thin connectors. Not the most user-friendly, but hey, looks like it's pretty good. Let's put the cover back on and start doing some testing with it. Actually print, right? That's what we're here for. We will have to adjust the V-wheel tensions, and we'll check the Z-axis too while I'm at it. I'm going to keep this one stock. I am going to, for a bit. I will print with it stock. I will do a full review on the printer, on this channel, stock, okay? Okay. You heard it here first. We're going to do a stock printer review. I do like how easy it is to take off this cover. Anytime you replace the nozzle, it's worth just taking off. Although the fan is schmooed on, most likely, so you're not going to be able to just unplug that. Has a lever on top for the extruder. I don't see a tension. Oh yeah, the tensioner is like in the side here. You have to access it with a small driver, probably a 1.5mm to adjust the tension on here. I'm gonna leave that stock, assuming it's good. I don't like how this looks, honestly. It's not my favorite. It's just very bulky, but this is all plastic. You can probably print out a new shroud. And again, better cooling. Ender 5 bet it was too sticky. Yep, it has they're honestly not great. What is it? Polycarbonate bed. So I'll do a test print on it, but I should have an extra sheet around me to throw on. That's PEI, and we can, check will it still print on a new surface without doing any adjustments. Yeah. All right. Well, I think that's it. You ready to plug this in and give it a go? No, V-wheels. To adjust the V-wheel tension, you'll need to flip it around, and the eccentric nut is over here. So we'll grab the included wrench and loosen that up a bit. Now, it doesn't tell you to do this in the instructions, but I'm going to tell you, if you're buying one of these printers, you should learn how to adjust your V-wheels because you'll be doing that a lot, and learn how to replace them. They're not that expensive. I do have a couple spares. Ironically, most of the spares I turned into little cars. There's a model on printables that takes V-wheels as wheels. Hypothetically, you turn on the printer and lock your axes and then do this, but you're looking so you can like rotate this a little bit by hand. That's the general tightness level. Same thing for the Z-axis, you should be able to rotate these by hand. Looks like they're fine. This side might be a little tight, but I don't see an easy way of accessing that. We're not going to mess too much with the Z-axis right now. It uses that 2-hole design, so don't use the round couplers. If you're going to replace it, use the T couplers. They might even have enough room to use the couplers that have the built-in, what do they call, the anti-backlash nuts on them. Grant 3D Musketeers got named to the Expert Committee for 3D Printing Industry Awards 2023. Really? Interesting. He does know a lot about 3D printing. Polycarbonate V-wheels seem to last longer. Honestly, I've never seen a polycarbonate V-wheel. In the future, we will be modding this to use a linear rail. I think it is very feasible to put one on. We'll be able to put it on the top, maybe the bottom. We'll figure something out. But it is possible to use a linear rail. It might have a small issue here. We'll figure something out, but I want to put a linear rail on the X on here. I'm sure there's going to be some kit for it. Should be some way to get it working. But as of now, there's no easy way because of how they ran the belts in the front. You can't just screw on a linear rail like a typical printer. All right, that flat spot that we had is now gone because we loosened the V-wheels. Let's see, move it very slow. Maybe a little bit, but that should kind of wear out as you print. Don't expect your best prints right away. You kind of have to let V-wheels wear out a little. Again, interesting about V-wheels. Well, let's plug it in. Voltage. It is set to 230. Of course it is. So in the back here, there is a little switch. You'll have to switch this to 230. Let's see if the manual tells you to. Yes, it does. All right, read the manual. It's always switched to 230 because in a country that takes 230, if you plug it into the 110 setting, it'll blow up the power supply or do some damage to it. But if it's on 210 and you plug it in a 110 country, or 230 and plug it in a 110 country, whatever the case is, it'll work out better. Is it belted Z? No, it's belt linked Z at the top. So I'm able to move this belt right here and move both sides, which is ideal for this type of printer. I actually like lead screws on printers like this. It means that the whole thing is a little more stable. Belted Z has its own set of issues with, dropping the gantry, etc. I do like lead screws. So if you have a very good setup for belted Z, it's fine, but lead screws are fine otherwise, as long as they're straight, which I haven't ever gotten a lead screw that's completely bent out of the factory. The quality control in these things have been better. Belt linked? Yep, I see. All right, I think we're ready. Let me finish reading the manual, make sure I didn't miss anything. Filament loading. Ooh, we'll have to pick out some filament. Oh, that'll be fun. Turn on the printer. Plug in the printer. I don't like how the plug's on the side. I don't know how I feel about that. It is on the same side that this kind of hangs down, so it takes up room anyway. But I'd rather them have a right angle connector that goes backward. I did not put the sock back on. Do you want me to put the sock on? I was trying to pretend like it was a Prusa, okay? No Prusa today. All right, powering on in 3, 2, 1. Self-test in the probe. Screen is on. There we go. Let's zoom into the screen here if I can. Try to get that in frame. Ooh, this is gonna be very difficult with the lighting. That's about as good as you're gonna get. So we have English, not touchscreen. English, and we're ready. We have 4 options: print, prepare, control, and leveling. Let's do control. Temperature, motion, store config, read config, edit leveling data, reset config, info. Let's hit info. Size, 220 by 220 by 250. Firmware version v 1.0.1. And then hardware version, yeah, some weird hardware config. Let's go to motion. Wow, this is weird. Max speed. It's set to 500. Can I increase that? I can. But we'll leave it at 500 because that's honestly pretty fast for one of these machines. Max speed Z5. It's pretty slow, honestly, for a machine like this. You can increase that, but I'll leave it as 5 for now. Max speed extruder 30. That's plenty fast. Prusa has a socket to save you from an ASA blob. Yep. Yeah, socks are good for making sure nothing gets on the heat block, and more importantly, holds in heat a little better. Helps with the PID tuning, more stable temps, better quality extrusions, more consistent. See, max acceleration. This is what I'm interested in. Okay, so the stock max for all axes is 4,000. I saw somewhere the max is 2,500, but in the firmware it's set to 4,000. That's plenty for a machine like this. On a clipper printer, I would typically run the accels at 4,000. So we're not limited by acceleration there. Steps per millimeter, we have 80 for the X, 80 for the Y. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's steps per millimeter. I'm in rotation distance land. Steps per millimeter Z is 400, and steps per millimeter extruder 424.9. 424.9. Okay, that's it for motion. There's temperature controls. These are not really controls, these are more like settings, like limits and stuff. We have nozzle temperature. Wait, this is how you set the nozzle temperature? Interesting. So you have to, yeah, I guess so. So you have to go all the way into control, temperature, nozzle temperature, set nozzle temperature. It's not too bad. There are some preheat settings, PID tuning. We'll do that. We have preheat for PLA and TPU. Let's see, prepare. Okay, prepare, we have move, disable stepper, auto home, Z offset, extrude, retract, preheat PLA, preheat TPU. Okay, so you're gonna be spending a lot of time in this prepare menu, probably with the homing first. Let's do our first home in the printer, see if that works. Homing in 3, 2, 1. Moves the Z up. Homes the X. Homes the Y. Ooh, that Y definitely could use some lubrication. I feel like they don't have it packed with lube, and given that the rails are kind of dry, they have a little bit of oil on them, but they're not like full of grease. You should probably take out the rods and grease the bearings. I'm gonna run it stock for now, but Worst case is a little bit noisy. This is way too slow. I can tell you these probes can probe a lot faster than this, at least for the initial probing. But it's quiet. It's completely silent so far. Okay, we did our Z probe. Perfect. So that was auto home. And right now these steppers are locked. This is really when you want to do your V-wheel adjustment, when the steppers are locked. Terms of play, has a fair bit of play. Mostly due to the V-wheels. Actually, I'm going to want to tighten up that lower V-wheel a little bit more, which I can't because this is down. Let's see if I can move it up. Move Z. Let's move to like up here. Okay, it live moves. Wow, that is slow. Okay, okay, I'm immediately going to modify the printer by going to Control, Motion, Max Speed. I'm going to set the Z speed to 15. Now it only goes up to 10. So Max Z speed 10. We'll see if that helps. It can go a lot faster. All right, move Z. Let's see. Is that any faster? I honestly can't tell. It does not look much faster. It's so slow. Why is it so slow? Oh. Okay. That's okay. Slow and steady wins the race. You keep telling yourself that. This V-wheel will need to be tightened. That seems better. A little too tight. Alright, that seems good. We still have some play on the hot end, but that's gonna be normal with V-wheels anyway. Especially like this. I don't like it. It's pretty tight. I can tighten a little bit more. Way. Actually, let's just put on max tightness, and then we get to see. Yeah, this. They did a good job with the bed, but look at the. Let's see if I can move it like this. Oh yeah, there we go. See. I'll show you on this side. This is hilarious. This is at max tightness right here. That's a lot of play. You can actually see this whole thing kind of is bending. I don't love it, but it works. If you print, again, same thing with the bed, even though you can flex the bed a little bit, it doesn't matter that much, but just note that you're not gonna be able to get super, super, super high speeds with this. We're talking about a entry-level bed slinger. It's gonna be fine, but I don't love it. One thing I like to do is kind of touch the tip right here, touch the nozzle tip, and kind of move that around, because that's where the actual print is. If that seems pretty stiff, which it does, you know, I can't really move it too much by hand. That feels pretty sturdy. I call that fine, but just because these are V-wheels, there's gonna be a bit of extra play, and that can affect it at high speeds. Yeah, don't touch it when it's hot. Disclaimer, caution, hot. Okay, let's see. Well, let's do the leveling, because I think this stores the leveling and doesn't do it every time. So we're gonna wanna make sure we have some profile for leveling. Before you level it, it needs to be hot. That's very, very important. The instructions will typically not tell you to heat up the bed first. Whoops. It says nozzle heating, nozzle cleaning, autos the offset. Yeah, we're gonna cancel that. I'm gonna heat up the bed first because it should be at temperature. Honestly, it should be, because as we said earlier, the bed is going to taco as it heats up. It might be perfectly flat out of the box, right? It might be very, very flat. You know, if by inspection with a ruler, it seems fine. Seems perfect. So we're gonna heat it up and see if it does the same thing. I don't know if it heats up, but we're just gonna do a control temperature, auto PID. Wow, it wants the PID tune the bed at 100. Let's see if we have settings in here. We do have some PID settings. I'm gonna leave those alone and assume that it was already PID tuned. And we're just gonna heat up the bed temperature to what you're printing at. So for me, let's heat it up to 60. 60 should be good for a small bed like this. Remember, it's reading the bottom of the bed, and the thicker your bed is, the hotter your set point has to be. And yeah, it would take a long time to PID tune at 100. So let's just set it to 60. Right now it's at 29:30. And we'll see how long it takes to heat up. In the meantime, why don't we set the slicer? Now, I'll give you an option. Do you want to use the stock slicer, or do you want to use Orca slicer? I feel like I probably should use the stock slicer because it has a profile built in. Let's do that. And then eventually we're gonna download or hook this up to Orca slicer. Probably one of my Twitch streams, so make sure to follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/zombiehedgehog, and we will hook this up to, we're gonna be playing around with this for a bit. As I do my projects and lead up to Earth, we'll be playing around with this printer. Is there a profile already? That is a good question. Let me check out Orca slicer. We have any cubic. Creality, CR10, CR10, S1. So there's a profile for a Ender 3 S1. That'll probably be the closest printer. I'm guessing the S1 is the closest printer to use. Because functionality-wise, it is very similar. I don't know if it has a special G-code startup to do the nozzle offset here. But we have a standard Creality looking bed in the slicer. But I'm going to download Creality slicer. We're 55C, not too slow to heat up, but not crazy fast. All right, Creality print, FDM, Windows. Let's do Windows version 4.3.6.6242. Welcome in KB3D. Does this use ball screws? Yes, ball screws in every axis, definitely. Especially the extruder axis that has a ball screw on there. No, this printer does not have any ball screws. I might actually need to get a Windows setup for this. So let me go to the printer. There we go. And I'm gonna add in, well, let's get this set up. So here's some info. Look at these happy people. These are all pictures generated with AI, I guarantee it. Maybe not this one though. Maybe this one's real. But yeah, we're gonna do this next. Popping in, can't stand it. Welcome in, John. Let's see. Creality print. All right, let's get that set up, and hypothetically I'll be able to get a screen share set up for that. Okay, I don't want to open up STLs. No thanks. Oh, cool. There's, I think it automatically installs the STL thumbnail thingy. Can we be happy people too? You can, if you buy a Creality, you can be as happy as you want. Oh, what was that? Auto set nozzle PID. Oh, it has like a little temperature graph. Can I see a temperature graph on here? I don't see a temperature graph. Where's my temperature graph? I want to see it. I guess not. Only when you PID soon. This is a spread extruder. This shows how the tensioning is set. It's kind of cool. Essentially a BMG, but they use a little screw to adjust the tension. Yeah, if you like this stream and you're watching live, make sure to give it a like. If you're watching in the future, make sure to give it a like. If you made it this far, leave a comment on why you've watched the stream this far. Why? Are you interested in buying this printer? Did you just buy this printer and have no idea how to use it? Pretty likely. Get started, get printing within 20 minutes. Oof. Wow, Creality is roasting me. It takes 2 minutes to load Filament. We're gonna test that. Auto leveling 10 minutes or 8 minutes? Oh man. Does it really take that long to auto level a bed? Ain't no beacon probe, I guess. All right, we have Creality print and it is in Chinese. Immediately. Oh geez, and it's frozen? No, I have to click something. Okay. Let's see if I can get a screen share set up. Window capture, Creality slicer. Okay. Creality print. Perfect. I'm going to choose English, server, international, okay. Ender series, you can't see this window, but I'm just gonna click Ender 3 V3 SE, 0.4 millimeter, easy enough. All right, and we're in. So let's see. This is the slicer. Oh, I gotta change the size of it. Don't mind me. Don't mind me at all. There we go. Here, because your two favorite things are zombies and hedgehogs. When they just got together and started making things, you gotta check it out. That's a pretty good one. I haven't heard that before. You want to see what I thought about the printer? You're setting for Big 3 TechPad 7 right now. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, sometimes I like to watch streams and just do random things. All right. Immediately, they want you to use Creality Cloud. So if I click on one of these things, it's going to, okay, actually, interesting. Models. Where the heck is my mouse? My mouse is invisible. Wait, you guys can see my mouse, but I can't? I can see the mouse in my preview, but not on the screen. The screen is full screen for some reason? What the heck? Okay. Can I do this? Wow. That is weird. Oh. Oh, this slicer is jank. Oh my god. Do you see what it's doing? Is this because I'm screen sharing it? Okay, we're just gonna keep it like this. I'm gonna guess I have to use the preview window to look at my mouse. Okay. Oh no, sorry to hear that, Lerman, about your Z-stepper. Press X? Press what? Okay, so up here we have models. Okay, maybe that, oh, I can see my mouse now. Probably because I clicked that. Okay. Cat phone holder. Interesting. So it looks like their Creality Cloud is integrated and they have some free models to download that are built right into the slicer. There we go. We got it. We got it. Oh, and it's gone again. Models. This is very jank. Exit out of this. No. What the heck? What is going on here? Okay. As soon as I click into it, my mouse goes away. Sorry, this is a little weird. So we have two options, high quality and normal. High quality is 0.1 layers and normal is 0.0. We have a couple different options for filament, PLA, PG, TPU. Let's see if I can manage them. Brand Creality import. I guess I could import something. Enable pressure advance. Ooh, pressure advance. Now we're talking. Yeah, all right, pressure advance. Of course we want pressure advance. What's a good pressure advance value for Marlin? I honestly don't know. We'll leave it at that, 0.04. It's not the same as, actually, wait, pressure advance? Pressure advance clipper, AKA linear advance Marlin. Can you even see this window? I don't think you can. What if I add window capture? Yeah, there we go. This is what I'm seeing. Interesting. And then let me put this down here. Oh, that's weird. Okay, I can add two windows. Great. So we have pressure advance. Temperature 205. 205, that's so low. That's okay. Auto temperature. Ooh. Sudden flow speed gradient. Control the next path speed for sudden flow. What is that? Oh, that must be for like square corner, like corners. Okay. Flow, 100%. Outer wall flow, 98%. Inner wall flow, 100. Support flow, 80. Interesting. Cooling, 100%. Override. Oh, okay, it has an override. Retraction distance 0.8. Retraction speed 40. Prime speed 40. Wiping on retractions. G-code. No G-code. Alright. Sounds fine to me. I don't know. I should probably enable pressure advance. I feel like I should, but I want to... we'll do one print with a stock, okay? Just one stock print. Oh dear. What happened here? Okay, you go away. Bye. What else? What else? My mouse is gone. I can't see anything. Let's go with normal quality, and let's see if I can import a file. Let's do... Well, before we do this, let's actually do the bed leveling, because it's going to take forever. You can go down to 0.65 and retract. Like 65 millimeters a second retraction speed. I'm guessing, so that makes sense. I typically do 45 for retraction and 35 for de-retraction on a direct drive setup. So the bed is probably still heated. Yes, it is. Let's go to leveling, and it's gonna do everything. So let's watch the leveling process. Gonna home the printer. It's weird having the Z-stepper here. I like it. It would make it very easy to mod the stepper. You know, if I wanted to put in a, an, LVO stepper, I probably could. Like this Speedy Power. like slot that in. A little bit taller, but it would work. The bed, you might even be able to swap out the extruder there, no problem. Although, now that I say that, they're using pressed on pulleys. So I think as long as you have your own pulley, you should be able to swap out the motors. What is it doing? Nozzle heating. Okay. Nozzle heating. Very exciting. In the meantime, while you're watching that go, let me load in a test model. And then look at the settings. Where are the controls? It just has a profile. Like, you can't even adjust stuff in the profile. It just says, yeah, I want to print with normal or high quality. Okay, if you click on it, it gives you the options. Hope it works better than yours. What, your... This, you have this... Does anyone have this exact printer? Right here, like this one? Not this one, because this is mine, but the same model. The fan for the cooling, not the cooling, but the cold end, it's not loud. It's a little bit cheap sounding, but it's not loud. You have it? Okay. So did you have any issues with the printer? Remember, this is my first time using this. I really don't know much. I watched Lost in Tech's review on it. I saw a little bit of Nathan Builds Robots, but not really much in terms of experience with this printer. You're slam the nozzle to the bed when you try to level it? Ah. Yep. What is it doing? What is it doing? It touched 2 points, and now it's dragging the nozzle across and then out. So hypothetically, if you have filament loaded, which I don't, it would, oh yeah, it even has a little mark on it. Interesting. So, oh, that's pretty neat. It tells you where the stock purge line is gonna be. Huh, neat. Daniel had a build video by demo prints. Oh yeah, I have that. It's around here somewhere. I'm not gonna use that though. I'm not gonna use the demo print. Remember, kids, never use pre-sliced G-code. You know why? It's pre-sliced G-code. Use your own files. They can do a lot of stuff in pre-sliced G-code that you can't replicate. Like, they can perfectly make a really good G-code for a good model that's well tested. You don't want that. You want to test it on a model that you're going to print. Okay. So it cleaned the nozzle. Now it's going to do auto Z offset. So it's going to probe exactly over the screw location. Okay. And then it's going to take the nozzle and press the nozzle on the bed ever so slightly. It's very, very, very slight. You can't even tell that it's being pressed. And that's going to home the printer. Because we've adjusted the Z offset, I guess. I guess it doesn't really matter. But homing the printer again. Have a good night, Mad Cat. Thanks for tuning in. Linear rods. You don't like linear rods? It's better than V-wheels. They should have used SG rails on this axis, definitely. So the inverse of this right here, they should have used that. That would have been much, much, much better. But I see why they did what they did, because they already had this tool head, and they're like, we're gonna slap this on. It didn't cost them much money at all to convert this over, saving on R&D, making for a very cheap printer. And hey, this is hypothetically better than the Ender 3S1. Hypothetically. Doing something. I don't know what it's doing. I honestly don't know what it's doing. One of the fans is loud. Bed is still hot. But yeah, it comes with this right here. So pretty nice little SD card adapter. And then a full-size SD card, unbranded, just completely blank. They couldn't even add like a Creality logo on it. But I will plug that into the printer and see what it does. What did it do there? I didn't check. So again, probably in the middle of the bed. Okay. And then doing a bed mesh. Oh, the world's slowest bed mesh. I see. So it's going to do a 4x4 bed mesh, which is not recommended. You'd always want to probe the middle of the bed for extra resolution at that point. But it seems like it was doing some unnecessary stuff. Like, I don't know what was heating up. Is the nozzle heating up? Shouldn't matter if the nozzle's heated, do a bed mesh. Let's see. We have the SD card. It has on it zip. So it has cat.g code and then supplementary files .rar. I'm just going to delete everything that's on here because I don't want any of that, and we're going to use our own. Okay, so 4x4. So it looks like we are at the corner we have 0.22, 0.01, 0.12, 0.10. On the back corner we have 0.04. In this corner we have 0.19. So the deviation between both of these sides right here is about 0.4 corner to corner. On the middle of the bed, its deviation is about 0.07 to negative 0.06, which is about 0.15 deviation. Not the best, but definitely something you're going to want to compensate for. And confirm. I don't know if you have to save it, so let's do prepare, not prepare, control. Let's do a store configuration. Click it like 3 times, make sure that is stored. So it does heat up the nozzle to 140, even though it doesn't use nozzle probing. It heats up the nozzle. Weird. So we should be ready to print now, hypothetically. So let's go back to the slicer. I'll bring up this window. Here we go. That's what the issue was last time. Okay, so this is a swatch truck. This is my model, which you can't see. Oh, yeah. You have to be able to see it for a second. So let's see, I'm going to use my standard settings. So quality is 0.2. Top layers, we'll do 10. Bottom layers 4 is fine. Horizontal expansion, vertical expansion. I'm not going to enable anything for now. Just going to do basic setting adjustments. Because this is a nozzle wipe. Well, it didn't do the nozzle wipe before it did the bed mesh, though. Like, it did all the nozzle probing, and then it did the bed mesh. Infill pattern, I don't like grid. Let's do... I want to do gyroid. You guys like gyroid. Speed, alright. Print speed, 180. Outer wall speed, 60. Inner wall speed, 90. Travel speed, 150. Alright, seems good. Enable acceleration control, yes. Enable jerk control, no. No supports. Material. I wonder if this is linked to the material that's on there, which is an interesting way of doing it. It's going to be on YouTube. Every time we do an unboxing of a printer, we do it on YouTube. 205, it's a little low, but we'll leave it at that. That's fine. What's the maximum warping allowed for Voron parts? Not that much. If you get them warping, then you gotta try to edit your setup. But it depends on the part. Some of them you can get away with. I just would look into why it's warping. Fan speed, extruder, line width's all 0.4. That's fine. 2mm wipe length, it's perfect. No Z-hop. Build plate adhesion, auto brim, we will do none. Special modes, print sequence all at once, surface mode. What does that mean? Both? What? Surface mode? I have no idea what that means. Oh, here's a spiralize, auto outer contour, so base mode. Experimental, exclude objects, exact flow control, coasting, use adaptive layers. Some of these things we'll play around with, but I'll most likely just use work a slicer. This is Cura, by the way. Just a reskin, very reskin Cura. I will save that. And here we go. So this is my swatch truck right here. It's a little clearance test. So this will test the first layers, etc. So let's do a slice. All right, and then we don't have land printing. Oh wow, my mouse is completely hidden. You can't even see these menus. Export to local, upload to Creality Cloud, what? Export? Hello? Is it just frozen? Oh yeah, it's like full screen for no reason. Let's put it on the USB drive. Okay. Yay. All right, we're good now. Let's go back to here. Unplug that, and now we should be able to plug in the SD card into the side. Very cool. It also uses USB-C, so if you are able to clipperize this, it's at least using C, not micro. Bed size for all Ender 3s is 220 by 220 build volume with a 235 by 235 bed, something like that. So, print. So let's go to print, swatch truck shapes. Calibration. Okay, so it lets you do a calibration so you can redo a bed mesh. So we're gonna hit no because we've already done the bed mesh. But just in case, in the menu it has tune, so we can click tune. We can adjust the printing speed, the nozzle temperature, the bed temperature, the fan, and the Z offset. So it's not easy to do the Z offset. It's not like, you know, you can just Z offset it. You have to go in and tune and then go into a couple settings. But you can pause it and you can stop it. It lets you know if your Z offset is. Mine is minus 2.47. So yes, it does do an actual automatic Z offset. So we'll see how well it does. But it's possible that, you know, we're relying on the nozzle tip. Nozzle tip could be damaged. Nozzle tip can have filament stuck to it, even though it's heated up. It can be very slightly inconsistent. You know what we forgot? We forgot filament. We didn't do the whole, like, filament part of it. Should we get some filament? Do you guys want to use filament to print this? Oh, boy. Well, let's use my only roll of Creality filament. We're going to use this Creality, it's matte, so it's not a standard filament, but we use some matte Creality filament. Bluetooth filament, okay. So for this, we need to go into, put it on the top. Let's load it in by pressing it in. Oh, I can just manually load it, okay. All right, something like that works. But I think you can go into the menu and do an auto load. I honestly like just pulling the lever back, pushing it in, and then calling it a day. He did the same thing. I blame the whole like streaming part of it. It really messes you up. Let's get a good view on it. So what do you guys think so far? A little bit of filament oozing, perfect. What do you think so far of this printer? And what would you like me to print on here? So I'll do a swatch truck and I'll at least get another print going. External dimensions of the build plate. I can do that now. So it's a standard Creality build plate and it is 235 by 235, exactly. This bed has screws here that are removable, but it helps for indexing a special sheet. So if you get a sheet for this printer, get one with the cutouts here. You'll be happy. I don't know if my new... I have a printer over here somewhere that has a Filament PEI. Let's see if I can grab that. Did it actually hit print? No, it did not. Confirm. Oops. Oh, that's calibration on. Confirm. Okay, now it's gonna print. So here's an example of a replacement PEI. This is from Filament. This is their new series, but it does not have those a cutout. So if I was to install this, it would stick out too much in the front. So you'd have to remove them if you're going to use a sheet like this. So once again, I'd recommend for ease of use, get a sheet that has those little cutouts in the back. Or you can install a different system that you know, helps line up your build plate. Yeah, you can use any Ender 3 build plate. This has been the same bed forever. In fact, it's probably just a more or less standard Ender 3 bed. Like, I don't think they've changed anything on the bed itself, but they've hard mounted it. And the strain gauge is on the this metal sheet, or the metal mounting plate. If you can put down a good print the first time and say it's done its job good. Yeah, exactly. I'll be impressed if this can get a good swatch truck. I didn't really tweak any settings in the slicer, at least anything major, just the stock settings. Oh, I didn't do heavy infill. We'll see how well the cooling works. Feels like a good kids printer. Remember that no 3D printer is for kids, but for an entry-level printer. Oh, did I cancel it? I hit cancel instead of confirm. Oops. I'm not used to Marlin. Yeah, I mean, if it works, it's... Like I said, this is gonna be a very, very good, respectable printer. And then it has some upgrade possibilities. I think you can do a fair bit of upgrades on here. There's not much you need to upgrade though. That's the great thing about this printer. The original Ender 3v2, it was Bowden. You had to convert it to direct drive. You had to convert the bed to linear rails. You had to replace the glass sheet to PEI. You had to swap out the hot end, just lots of little things, and all that adds up. And by the time you end up factoring in the cost of every upgrade, well, you could have bought a much better printer. And it has a probe. It has a probe. It doesn't cost them anything, so you might as well add it. A probe. This is not to be a perfect printer. It's probably not gonna have the best quality, but for what it is, I'm not expecting bad quality. I'm expecting pretty good, reliable printing. In fact, this will probably print just as well as a Prusa Mark IV. Your Ender 3 Pro in 2017 was $235. No Sprite, no ABL. Yeah, a lot has changed from the original Enders. No, but I'm serious. This has the capability to print better than a Prusa, or at least as good. Right? I'm not wrong. The cooling on here is worse than a Prusa, for sure. Part cooling definitely could use an upgrade. It is sort of dual Z. It is driven on one side right here with this motor, and its belt's tied to the top. So it syncs both the belts. And then this one on the side is just passive. So yeah, it's technically dual Z, and it, you know, is pretty stable, right? It's not gonna move while you print. Like $500 to your $100 Ender 3. Yeah, like do not buy a $100 Micro Center Ender 3 unless you plan on modding it, like you know that you want to use the frame for something. Ironically, it doesn't even use the purge area that it specifies. That's okay. All right, how's that Z offset look? Looks fine. Oh wow, I'm not used to it slicing like this. Kira has a different engine than Prusa Slicer, and I'm so used to slicing a swatch truck with Prusa Slicer. It does it just differently. But hey, yeah, it looks like the Z offset is pretty much good. Flow control, I don't think we have pressure advance enabled, so it looks like I might have some issues there. Retractions, let's see. Retractions sound loud. Yeah, retractions are loud. I'll try to look in to see why that is, but you can definitely hear it. Has a notable click when it retracts. You have $900 in the original Ender 3? Oh my god. But seriously, for 200 bucks, you're getting quite a bit. I mean, it's putting down the first layer of swatch truck. I did not have to manually level the bed at all. This is full automatic leveling. And Z offset. Spray is just loud and retracts. Okay. It's printing. 200 bucks. Yeah, fixed bed. And it honestly wasn't as warped as I would expected it to be. Remember, 0.4 deviation from edge of bed to edge of bed. That is well within the, you know, bed leveling adjustment. You can adjust it. In the center of the bed is off by about 0.2, which is again very adjustable. Oh, the fan PWM. Ooh, that's miserable. Okay, so when it's not at 100%, the fan PWM kind of goes like do 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 do. It sounds very bad. I'm guessing that's the part cooling fan. So I would just run the fan at 100% the whole time. It's not a lot of cooling anyway, but note that if you have to use it at less than 100%, then it does not sound that good. Huh. Not a printer that I'd want to have. It's a quiet printer, which is sad because, you know, there's always a couple little tiny things that get missed. Like this is all software? I don't know. I don't remember any. any of my printers ever having this type of like PWM fan, but that's very annoying. Like that would drive me crazy if I had it in the same room as me. But without that noise, it's almost silent. Like there's nothing else kind of crazy. Yeah, okay, so stock fan, it's gotta go somehow. It bends in a couple of prints. Yeah, we'll test this out, you know, now and later. I should get some B-roll of this. Just in case I want to make a video on it. Get one like this. So this or an SBO6? That is a great question. I'm gonna have to point back to the SBO6 because it does have all linear rods. I have to respect that. I think the controller is a better setup. I overall think that the SBO6 is going to be not a better printer, but it's a different printer. It's not the same. I'm really not going to compare them because this one has automatic Z offset. That is, it jumps to the top of the leaderboard in terms of printers. That's why I put this at the top, because it just does it. Now, I'm sure this exists on other printers. I'm pretty sure it does. But the fact that it's a Creality printer means that people are going to buy it. Just a fact. But yeah, SBO6 is just a generic good printer. You'll have to manually adjust the Z offset. The bed is fixed as well. But the SBO6 has a major problem. The Z-axis is not tied together. That means that if you run one bed mesh and then you turn off the printer and turn it back on, if you touch the head or something, well, your Z trim might be slightly off. And that does add up. So that could be an issue, you know, for beginners. This, hassle-free, just prints. Like seriously, this was not hard to set up. You watched me set it up. I think realistically, anyone who has a little bit of understanding with engineering, electronics can get this set up. I think that's pretty easy. The slicer leaves a lot to be desired. I would immediately ditch the slicer and go with something else. But I wanted to get a known slicer working. Does any other slicer have this printer that you guys know of? Orca Slicer does not. Does regular Prusa Slicer have it? I highly doubt it. Oh, and also the SBO6 Plus or SBO6 has a inductive sensor, and at least one person that I know has had the issue where it'll probe, but it won't stop probing and it'll crash into the bed. Apparently it can happen with this printer too. But inductive probes are more likely to crash in the bed than a physical sensor. How would an average Joe know how to not use the slicer though? Yeah, again, it's complicated, right? You can like get your way through the slicer. You definitely can. First slicer has a built-in downloader now. Cool. But yeah, this printer is going to be the next big printer. It is. Mark my words. For the price, there's nothing right now that beats it out. That's out yet. Now, there is one competitor that I can foresee. There is a competitor. And that is the Anycubic Cobra 2 Neo. I have this on pre-order, but I'm just gonna go over some of the specs. It has automatic leveling, and with a nozzle offset. I believe it'll do automatic Z offset. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's some sort of auto offset. All right, have a good night, KB3D. Thank you again for everything. My favorite screwdriver is still the little mini KB3D driver because it has a nice magnet on it. I use this a lot. And then there's going to be the actual Ender 3 V3. Remember, this is the Ender 3 V3 SE, not Sport Edition. It's not even Special Edition, it's just another S-word edition. But it's printing. I can't, I haven't calibrated anything on here, I haven't calibrated the flow. I am using their filament technically, but haven't done anything. There's a Prusa slicer profile. Okay, cool. Let's check that out. Now, where did you find that? Oh, I see. There's a little clip for the Z-axis that clips onto the side. Okay, cool. That'll be useful. Facebook community? Okay. Yeah, if you have any links to like a page that has that, I can put that in the profile or the description down below. Sam edition, I like that. Well, bed slingers aren't bad. Bed slingers can do just as well printing as a Core XY. In fact, bed slingers are hypothetically more reliable because there's less parts, less belt wear. You have to calibrate the belts at all. And just because Core XY printers can have a faster top speed, doesn't mean that these are like slow and useless. So right now we are at 15 minutes out of what, 25 minutes for this. We're gonna test this out. We're gonna slice it fast, right? We're gonna do some fast slices and see how well this this competes. And if we can get quality at speed. Works why it looks cooler. It does. But I still would rather watch a print on a bed slinger because it's all open. I can see it. And because it's top down, you can kind of just see the print. It's overall a better experience watching a print. Now the best experience is the printer that I have behind me, which is the Voron 2.4. The bed is fixed and it's still Core XY, so you get to look at the print as it's printing. Similar to this. But I don't mind this. Fan seems normal now. I don't know why it was slow. Oh, it might have been doing a slow fan for the first couple of layers. Or maybe for overhangs. I don't know. Seems like it's at max speed right now. Yeah, fan is at 255, which is funny. They don't do the conversion to percentage. It's at 255, so it's at 100%. Ender 3v3 is going to be Core XZ. So it's very much like the Voron switchwire, where you have two motors mounted. The whole gantry is driven with belts. There is almost no benefit for quality. Almost no benefit for quality with Core XZ compared to the standard belted, belted X-axis. Welcome into Serve Medic. So it'll be interesting, what their explanation is why there's Core XZ. It's not for speed, because you still have a bed. I posted this on Twitter. It's like, Core XZ, but you still have a bed. It's gonna be Clipper, so they'll be able to input shape out the bed. And on bed slingers, there tends to be a single resonance point in the bed, so you can cancel out the vibrations pretty well, fairly well. Yeah, Lost in Tech has a flow chart with Ender 3s. There's a lot of them. So I don't know. I'll be excited to see what Creality has put out and what their reasoning is for the Ender 3. Now, the one thing I was wondering about this printer is, does it have input shaping at all? I don't think it does. So the new, at least at the time of this, there's no input shaping spec'd out anywhere. Energy for real. Yep, apparently they are. Now, I was talking about the Anycubic Cobra Anycubic Cobra 2 Neo. Their regular Neo was a low-cost entry-level printer. Their new one is actually a different size bed. It's instead of 210 by 210, instead of 220 by 220, it's 250 by 220. So it's a little bit wider. You get more build volume, but it's only, oh, maybe it isn't. Hold on. Is it 220 by 220 on the bed or on the Z-axis? Hold on, let's see. That's pretty important. Printing dimensions, height. Okay, height is 250. No, sorry, I lied. It's a 220 by 220 printer. Same as the Ender 3. But there is automatic leveling and input shaping of some sort. And as a pre-order, it's $160. For full price is $200. So they're both gonna be the same price printer overall. Interesting, eh? Very interesting. Have a good night, folks. We have to leave. Thank you for tuning in. So, a couple of questions. One, why hasn't Creality included input shaping in this? Because it's built into Marlin now, they could have included it. And I guess that's the only question. My answer is most likely they want to, this is their entry-level printer, so they're not going to include features that they probably could, but they're artificially creating this lower tier. Now, I'd like to see this printer right here, everything right here, but with some type of linear rod rail system on the X-axis, better cooling fans, so at least one 50-15, input shaping of some sort. That's about it, honestly. Not really much else that I would ask for. Maybe a volcano length hot end. You've seen input shaping mentioned. If you can find that, that would be good. I haven't seen anything on their documentation. It says max printing speed 250, max acceleration 200 or 2.5K, even though they're firmware limiting to 4K. But even like an extra $100, you know, say $100, you extra cooling, you get a linear motion system. What else would you want? Maybe a higher flow hot end and a PEI bed. Maybe that would condone $100 extra. As long as the Z offset continuously works good, I'll go for it. I'll believe the system works. So I'm expecting firmware from the community. I'm sure there already is, but there's going to be some good firmware from the community, just like the other printers. Does this tell you what version of Marlin it is? I'm actually not sure. Let's see. Download firmware. Release notes. It says, software version 1.0.4, August 14. Oh, it's possible that they're not even using Marlin 2. That's possible. Now, the other question is, do they have a GitHub yet? Ender 3v3 SE GitHub. They have Ender 3. Ender 3. Does not look like they have... Let's see. 4 years ago. Nope, that's older. It's popular. Let's see. Repositories. Wow, they don't have much on here. All their printers are open source. Maybe not. If that's the case, then wouldn't the K1 be on there? That's all open source. Open source. Oh yeah, I don't see that. I wonder whose GitHub the K1 is under. Creality K1 GitHub. Custom firmwares. That's not Creality. I thought they just posted that they open sourced everything. Unless they are going to open source it, which is crazy. So where do I find the Marlin config for this printer? That's what I'm wondering. Interesting NG code. All right, let's see. We have our first print. Ouch, the bed is hot. Too much flow, of course, but this print shows it pretty well. Or yeah, the swatch struck. So as you can see in the shapes, too much filament. This is using, oh, I want to bend it, take it off. That's the thing with these sheets, is that you can't, even though they're flexible, you can't just like pop off prints. Yeah. They might include a scraper. No, just a blue. Technically, this is a scraper. I like to actually just grab the swatch truck by here, like pro tip. Oh yeah, this is really adhered. Oof. Still pretty hot. Wow. That is some adhesion. This is their matte PLA, but if that was regular PEI, that would just come off. Yeah, immediately replace this sheet. So there's an extra like 30 bucks down the drain. Okay, so yeah, immediate upgrade PEI, which I guess if they were to, you know, sell this, how do you guys feel about that? You know, selling this for cheaper with a cheap build sheet, but you get to pick whatever PEI you want. Maybe you want a fancy, you know, a PEO or a sheet like this. You know, you can get these from like on AliExpress for not too much. I should have bought one now that I'm thinking about it. But you can buy a sheet like that for 20 bucks on AliExpress. Throw that on. Should have bought a flex sheet. That's okay. So for now, I'm gonna throw on my filament sheet and see how well it handles that. So let's take off these screws in the back and put this sheet on. Yeah, I'm not gonna wait for a print to cool to remove it. At least like fully cool. Then you're back into glass sheets, and you might as well just print on glass because glass is at least flat, whereas this stuff is not flat. I had the same issue in my King Rune. In fact, the bed was worse on that because it was creased. So let's remove these screws for now because it's easy to line up the bed. You just kind of put it in the back and slap it down. Very easy. You can even like push it a little bit to adjust it if needed, but perfectly fine. Bed still pretty loud. I'd like to maybe lubricate it and see if that makes it quieter. You just put it in the freezer. I know. Good old days, huh? So that was our first print off of the printer. I guess I can show you it. I did kind of just peel it up. It's a little bit, it's a crash swatch truck. But yeah, you can see too much flow with that profile. First layer, pretty good. I think too much squish though, because of too much flow. If the flow is calibrated correctly, I think this would have been pretty good. But overall, I mean, it printed. Z quality, pretty good, pretty consistent. Not bad. Now we have a black, you know, another black build sheet. Typically they're gold color, but yeah, get a really nice fancy build sheet, play around with it, and get a couple spares because you will crash your nozzle. Speaking of crashing nozzles, we need to recalibrate or re-level the printer. So let's do a prepare. Let's set, no, control, temperature, bed temperature. Let's set that to 60°C. Okay. And then do the bed leveling one more time. And as that goes and does its thing, let's get Prusa Slicer set up. So I have a profile that was sent to me. Someone developed it. I am never using Creality Print ever again. That was terrible. Let's open up Prusa Slicer. We're on 2.6.1. Let me load in that profile, import. It's gonna be under configs, most likely. Did I download it? Maybe I didn't actually download it yet. No, I didn't. No, I didn't download it yet. Gotta get heat. There we go. There we go. It is in here. Perfect. So let's switch over to here and Prusa slicer. Perfect. All right. So this is Prusa slicer. Let's go to preferences, GUI, dark mode, enable dark mode. There we go. You guys like dark mode. And the bed is doing the offset. Maybe it's cleaning it. Now that's actually good to clean it because it's has filament in it. But let's see, this is the profile. It's I don't like what it's called because it had a 1 there, but that's okay. So Marlin Legacy, not Marlin 2. Custom G code. So this is what it does when it starts. Moves the axis up, moves the start position, draws a line. Okay. Does it load in a bed mesh? How does that work? Don't I need like a bed mesh command? Unless it's M109. What's M109? No, that's a, is that a filament control? Like temperature? Doesn't sound right. 225? Oh, that's for purging. So heats up 225 to purge. So does this load in a bed mesh? And oh, welcome in, Mama Productions. Good day from Australia. Found your channel through Facebook group. Awesome. Had the V3 SE for a few weeks now and it's been decent. Awesome. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to set up a slicer and not reading chat too much. So does this load a bed mesh? It doesn't look like it does. Because if I load in, let's say, let's do a configuration wizard. Newest config, sure. Okay. Once again, I gotta do window capture. And then I'll make it smaller. Pretty cool, I can resize it though. All right. Other vendors, custom printer. Other vendors. All right. Creality. Cocoa Press. Cocoa Press. That's not a printer. Sort of a printer. Next. Ooh, Cocoa Press. Yeah, it is. Cool. All right. Creality Ender 3. Ender 3 V2, Ender 3 S1. I think it's probably the closest to an Ender 3 S1 if I had to guess. Right? Sprayed extruder. It's either a spray extruder or it's not, so let's keep that for now. Ender 7. Yeah, I think that's as close as we're gonna get to this printer is the Ender 3 S1. Pro. What's the difference between the Pro and the S1? Is the Pro a bigger size? I guess we'll find out. Okay. Wow, Creality has a lot of printers. Okay, next. Let's see, filaments, press, chocolate, type chocolate. Cocoa Press chocolates, all right. Actually, we want like generic. Is there Flymaker filament in here yet? Nah. We'll just use generic filament. Expert mode. Use inches. What kind of savage uses inches? Alright, let's see. Local press. Oh, I love it. Alright, so we have the S1. S1 does an M104, so it sets temperature to 150, and then it sets the first layer and waits until the bed temp is set. G4S30 allows partial nozzle armor. I don't know what that means. G28, home wall axis and restore leveling. And restore leveling. Does that mean it's... I don't know how Marlin works, to be honest. Does it keep the bed mesh in and always use it when it's like loaded? It must. Yeah, it must. But this is the start G code for a Creality S1, which I'm expecting more of this, you know, set bed or set temperature to this at the beginning. Like this is missing from the other config. Not completely necessary, but it's nice to have. And the Pro is the exact same. The Pro is 270. It's 210 by 220. The -5 origin, and the S1 is the same. Interesting. What's the one that I had? Oh, I didn't actually save it, did I? Stores, you load it with M. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, the Creality slicer. Oh yeah. Shoot. I forgot about the Creality slicer. Looks like our new, oh wow, our new PEI, now we're at 0.3 down to negative 0.19. So we're now about 0.5 deviation. But it's not like super warped, it's just a very nice and gentle warping. Prepare, no, control. Store config. Okay. Let's see. Let's hide this for a second. G-code. Okay. So it does a reset feed rate, reset flow rate. It does a home, reset extruder, moves the axis up, move to start position. Yeah, I don't see any sign that it loads the bed mesh. Yeah, I don't see any sign of a bed mesh. So I'm guessing that it automatically does a bed mesh now. Oh, this is too big. 1440p screen. Well, I'll leave it as is, I guess. It'll be very clear if it's working or not. Well, I guess it wouldn't be that clear, but let's see what this profile gives us. Open, import config. All right, this is this config. I'm gonna save it as this. So now we should have a config. Yeah, user config, perfect. Cocoa Fresh chocolates. We want this one right here. I'm gonna save it as, oops. Save it as this. This will give us a baseline that we can work off of that. I'm more used to editing like a Prusa slicer style slicer. All right, what do we got here? Filament. First thing to look at is the flow. What is our flow set to? Where is that? Extrusion multiplier of 1. That's immediately incorrect. Let's just set it to, for these speeds, let's do 0.925. which is typical for flow. We'll try that. Costs $15. What even is this? Who buys $15 kilogram filament? Well, technically I did, but we'll do that on a Twitch stream. To 20. 20 is average. Density, that's about right. Let's try some different filament for this one. 220C, that's more realistic for printing temps. I like to print around 220, 230. For slowest speeds, 220 is fine. 265 for the bed. We'll do 60C for other. You don't need to have that high of bed temps on this style of bed because it's so thin. 0.92 flow works for you. Okay, yeah, that's, if your E-steps are calibrated, the rule of thumb in Proof Slicer, 0.925 is hypothetically correct. I like 4 top, 3 bottom, layers, seam type, aligned. Arachne, we'll use classic. I like classic mode. Unless you print, I've actually noticed something. If you print fast enough, you can use Arachne. It's something to do with the flow, and it's very strange, but classic mode works better at slow speeds, I've found. Infill, it's gonna be grid. Yep, never want to use grid ever. We'll use cubic and set the default to 10 per, not 0%, 10%. 10% cubic. Speed, all right. Speed, perimeters, 180, external, 150. Wow, it's really generous in the speeds. I guess we'll try it. Accelerations, we can set our control. So external, we'll set to 500. Regular perimeters, let's do 4,000. Top solid infill, we'll do 500. Top or solid infill, 4,000. Infill, 4,000. Bridging, 500. First layer, 500. Travel, 4,000. That's what our firmware limit is set to. Max print speed, we're not gonna worry about that. Okay, save this. I think that's pretty much good. The widths are fine, 0.45. You have the width go a little bit larger because when you use an extrusion multiplier, it actually, the width gets decreased, so you have to bump up the width. So this seems pretty good. First layer, I'm gonna put up to 0.5. Even like 0.55. I like a little bit of thicker first layer just to ensure good adhesion. Okay, that looks good. We're going to use the stock settings. So unplug the SD card, plug it in here. And what are we going to print? It's a good question. I haven't really prepared this far. What do you guys want to print? What to print? Let's see. We gotta pick a model. Bed temp had better luck with 30. With the stock bed or PEI? PEI generally likes a slightly hotter bed temp surface. At least in my experience. It doesn't hurt to have it a little bit hotter in most cases. I don't want to try color swaps in this quite yet. I just want a standard print. Let's do 3D Printy's mini Frankenstein model. We'll try that out. What color should that be? What general color? That is this right here. Stock bed? Oh yeah, I just don't like how those work. I've used PEI for too long to to know that I just don't like those. I gotta find it. Oh, it's a zip. Right, Fangs. Fangs likes to zip everything up. Okay, try it again. I don't know which one. Let's see. There's a couple of options. Upside down. They might as well give you no bet at all. Well, at least you have something, but yeah, it works. It works too good. Like, if you're worried about adhesion, it works too good. I don't know, which one of these is to print? Oops, I accidentally opened it with Orca Slicer. I did not mean to do that. Oh dear. I wanted to drag them onto the build plate. Good morning, how are you doing today? Let's see, which one of these will print best? I think hypothetically upside down one would. That's kind of funny. They look similar. Which one of these is different? So we have upside down, we have simplified. Let's do the regular upside down version. So this is, I posted in chat, this is by 3D Printing. What color should this be? Would a green make sense? Kind of a green. I have a couple of new greens from Polymaker. I have the Starlight Comet, which is kind of a blue into purple, kind of iridescent color. And then I have the Aurora, Starlight Aurora, which is like green into like bluish purple. So one of these. Which one would you pick? Polymaker prototypes. Well, I do have Polysonic PLA. I can finally show this off. So Polymaker's finally released their Sonic PLA, which is a fast printing PLA, and it works pretty good. I'll be testing out this printer for sure, seeing how fast we can push it with a higher flow filament. So, very interesting stuff. Want to do Aurora? We can do that. Haven't printed much with this yet. So all the Starlights are, you can't immediately tell what they are, which is funny. So in terms of loading filament, you don't have to use the load menu, you just press the lever down and press it in. Right to the point. I love that on any printer. I don't want to have to press the button to load filament. That's dumb. And I don't bother purging. I let the print purge by itself. So let's slice and export this. I'm just gonna put on my SD card. Purchase Slicer has that option built in. Print stability issues. I wonder if this needs supports. Guess we'll find out. Yeah, super easy to load filament. Now, note that you probably should preheat the nozzle, purge it all out, clean it out, but I like to just run a purge line before every print. If you're not changing the type of material, you can do this fine. Just press it in all the way, and if you want to remove it, you take it out. Simple as that. And that loads in very easily. Pretty nice. So let's take this SD card, full-size SD card, plug this into the machine the right way. Okay, and then go to print. I got nothing. What do I have? Nothing. Did not export. see. It does have G-code on there. Huh. Let's see. Was it not pressed in all the way? That's possible. Print. Yeah, there it is. Frankenstein. Calibration. No. Print. Yes. Okay, there we go. Let's watch this do its thing. So, I've recalibrated the printer for this build sheet. I did a complete bed mesh and a nozzle offset. We'll see what it does. Ender 3 is out the door. Yeah, if you have a standard Ender 3, this is honestly comparable, but it's not. To upgrade your Ender 3 to get this level of calibration, it's nearly impossible. I don't know of a single printer that you can add a strain gauge to do auto Z offset. Oh, the bed? Yeah, I haven't checked the bed yet for loose screws. I'm just unboxing it, using it as is. I will go over this printer and document my journey as we go. Let's get some B-roll of it printing. And then it actually starts printing. But yeah, good idea. Definitely check the screws. I actually moved the bed up and down a bit, so I didn't feel that anything was immediately loose, but it could be slightly loose, and that would explain why one side might be a little too high. Like this side right here might need to be screwed down more, or I could unscrew this side just a little bit to push it up. Okay. I don't know if it purged enough, but we'll find out real quick. It does not look like it did. Okay, so I didn't run a skirt. I should probably add a skirt. Anyway, it helps with getting the filament flow going. But let's just let it print for a few layers so we can remove it easier. But this is 4K XL. I don't think this has any input shaping built in, but 4K XL, limiting the flow. Oh, what was our volumetric speed? I don't think we ever checked that, did we? Let's see. Volumetric speed. Oh, no limit. Well, that's a problem. Let's add a limit of, let's just say 14 for now. I don't know what this hot end can handle. And then slice it with a skirt. Just because a skirt will add a little bit of extra purge. And because the skirt is so close to the print, by the time you're done printing and then going to your print, it generally helps with the first layer, flow control, etc. Where is the skirt? Here we go, skirt and brim. Loops. I like to do 2 loops and a height of at least 2, so you can remove it easier. $15. Okay, that's good. Maybe I'll just set it as 15. I like to go a little bit under what the absolute maximum is, just to make sure that it can print well. Print the infill without under extruding. All right, let's stop the print and just take a look. Didn't purge enough, so the first layer has a little bit of the leftover color. Still pretty hot. I feel like this is like a hotbed, but yeah, the part just came off. Looks like our Z quality was starting to be just about perfect. Z offset. Maybe a little too squished. Maybe a slight bit too squished. Not 100% sure. Doesn't have the best looking first layer. Oh, we also don't have any pressure advance setting in here either. I wonder if that's in Prusa Slicer. Is there a pressure advance in like the filament setting or somewhere? Maybe it's in printer settings under general or extruder 1. 1mm retraction, we can set that to 0.8. 0.8. Oh yeah, I have to set the is that actually, can I set the pressure advance in here, or a linear advance? No. Ah, shoot. I don't like when you go into the leveling menu, it automatically starts leveling. Is that for Marlin? Does that work for Marlin? Tracksman? I'm not even sure if this has a linear advance, actually. I have no idea. Right, you're doing Marlin? I know! So used to just doing Marlin for everything. So how do you set the linear advance on this printer? Because of course we need to, you know, we have some type of pressure advance, linear advance. So how is that done on a printer like this? Ender 3v3 SE linear advance. I'm sure it's on one of the Facebook groups. Oh, it thinks SE is set. Ha! That's yeah, it's just the name. The name of the printer is just so hard to Google. Linear advance. You might have to put it in your start G code. Optimal K values, PLA 0.05, sure. But does this printer even support it? Configuration. I think you have to like SSH, aka plug your printer in and set it up. I don't think you can just put it in the slicer. Send in M900. Well, that involves setting up, you know, hooking this up and sending it a command. That's not something you can just download and use. Like, there must be a way to do it. Yeah, M900. Can you put that in the G code? The G code section of the manual of this thing. So you can't set it up. Can you set it up as, you just do like an M900 value on the start G code? Does that work? Just do an M900X. I don't know. Halfway down the start G code. Well, you want to do it per filament. Okay, cool. So enter. I don't know if it's actually gonna work. I guess we'll arrow. I guess you can run one of those tests that just does it for you. Okay. So that would be under filament settings. Well, I guess it can go under printer. It's fine. Custom G code. We'll do it right before. We'll do it right after the purge line is done. So we'll do an M900 and then 0.04. Wonder what the point of the little cutouts are. I don't know. I really don't know because they don't really align with anything. And it doesn't help with grip. These are weird. This whole bed is actually kind of weird. I don't know if I recommend the new Flex ones. There's like a lot of branding on here and it's not very clean. You can check by setting it. Well, I'm not plugging it in. That's the thing. I could check, but I want to use this as if someone is just using it without prawn face, which I'm technically not, but if I can send them a profile, say here, upload this to Prusa Slicer. I remember, this is an out-of-the-box printer. Theoretically, you would just be using Creality Slicer anyway, which does have a checkbox for pressure advance or linear advance, which is why I'm asking how to hook or how to set it up. So I do an M900 space 0.04. That's what I did. And then we'll see if that works. Place now. Put on the SD card. Okay. Yeah, that's where it needs a K. Thank you. That's why I have chat. Just say something wrong, and then chat immediately corrects you. Play an hour print, that's not bad. Replace the one that's already on there. All right. Let's see. Does it work? Yes, it does. We switched over to Prusa Slicer because I did not like the Creality Slicer that was built in, and we're just doing some slight adjustments of the profile that someone else created for this printer. And I also swapped out the PEI, or swapped out to a PEI sheet. But yeah, I mean, you're gonna see it's gonna start printing, and I think it's gonna print pretty well. I started one of the 3D Printies Frankensteins, and it was handling 4K acceleration without a problem. Yes, what would I do without you guys? So let's do a quick review of the printer before I go too much further. Let's zoom way out. This. I'm not gonna get the whole printer in shot, but that's okay. Put it back here. What do I think of the printer? All right. First impressions, for the price, this definitely seems a bit this is a more expensive printer that they're selling for less. That's what it seems like. The reasoning why is because they're able to take a lot of things they've already made, like the whole entire hot end assembly, the bed, etc., and then just put it on here. So no major development or reworking of an Ender 3, but they've also been very smart and added some huge quality of life features like the dual Z, meaning that the Z-axis is going to stay in sync and be very stable because this side has a linear rod on it too. The bed is linear rods instead of V-wheels, which means if you ever tried adjusting the V-wheels on a bed, it's so annoying. At least with the extruder, like this has V-wheels, you can get under it with a wrench and adjust it. Not the end of the world. But the bed, especially with two V-wheels, was always very annoying. And the bed always wears down the V-wheels faster than the extruder, I found, because there's a lot more mass. A lot more moving mass, a lot more wear and tear, a lot more just pressure on the V-wheels. So rods on the Y-axis, great move. Seriously great. Very easy to incorporate too. The strain gauge seems to work. It probably can be dialed in a bit, for sure. I think that we can dial in the Z offset a bit more, but it'll get you 99% of the way there. And if you didn't want to adjust it, it works. I think it's a little bit more squish than what it needs, which is better because it just squishes more. Note that I am using a PEI bed, so it's very similar to this surface, but this one's much smoother, and this is a little bit more textured. The hot end, the extruder seems to be a little bit loud on retractions. It makes like a clicking noise, which can be annoying. The cooling fan for the part, if it's not 100%, it makes kind of like a weird, kind of like, not PWM, but like very harsh PWM sound. Almost like the fan doesn't support PWM, that type of thing. So I don't like that. It makes it sound kind of noisy for an overall quiet printer. I kind of dig the plastic chassis. I think it looks a little bit classy. It's not overdone. It's not super aggressive. They could have gone in more, more stylized way, but I think it looks pretty good for what it is. I think people are going to mod it too. I'm expecting a couple of simple aesthetic mods, but it's nice that it's flat because when filament gets on here, you can just brush it off. Like, this stuff in here, you can just kind of brush it off instead of getting stuck into extrusions. I can't tell you too much about the Z-axis because we haven't printed anything of height, really. The leveling procedures seem to work fine. Loading filament's very easy with the spur extruder. You just hit the little lever to loosen up the tensioner and then slide filaments in. Googly eyes. You want googly eyes? Want to turn to a Steve? All right. Do you want one big one and one little one, or two big ones? Does it have adapted bed mesh? Not that I'm aware of. Does Marlin support adapted bed mesh? Yeah, just buy some googly eyes. They're really cheap. I think I have some like really big ones too. Uneven eyes. All right, we're gonna turn to a Steve. Let's do these. Or just cover it googly eyes. Like the whole thing. Might have to pause it because it is moving pretty fast now. So this is 4K XL on Marlin. No input shaping that I'm aware of. I think it's Marlin 1, not even Marlin 2. Yeah, printers should start coming with googly eyes. Spare parts. Let's pause it, see if that function works. See what it does. So it pushes it to the front. Doesn't lift it up at all. Doesn't retract filament. I'm pretty sure it's Marlin 1. It is a very slow pause. You should see a Z-axis when it homes. Okay. Wherever it ends up sticking is where it's going to go. Oh, is it going to stick? There we go. You like it? What version of Marlin do we say it might be? I'm just guessing, because that's what's on their website. If I hit download, the firmware says 0.1.4. I don't know if that's what that's referencing. I doubt that they would compile Marlin that old. So if anyone can find what Marlin it is, or if there's a way of oh yeah, you could probably connect to it and it would tell you. Yeah, you want to set up pronter face? Of course we're printing, so can you run an M5 something command when the printer's running? Does that work? Don't. Why not? It's just import a command. Yeah, we'll try it. What are we gonna lose? What are we gonna lose? Let's zoom in on this while we're at it. No crazy commands. What, the get settings? So we set this to 15 millimeters cubed. I don't know what it's actually hitting. The external wall speeds were set pretty high. I think like 150. I'm just using whatever was set up here, because why not? .500 millimeters a second cubed external excels, and then 4K internal. Perfectly fine with a printer like this. You don't need clipper, you don't need input shaping. For internal infill, just set it as fast as your printer can possibly move with almost no benefit or no quality loss. Right, let's see. Pronter face. There we go. Let's see if we can find a cable that has data. That's USB-C. Should have a couple. So here's an anchor. Tell it to home while it's printing. It'll probably home and then continue to print. It's very dumb. It'll just do the stuff. Printers are very dumb, but not like in a bad way. They're only as smart as you tell them to be. So far, the print's looking pretty damn good. Like, just as good as my Voron's good. Alright, let's see. Is there anything connected? Connect? Let's see. Bin files using encrypted, can't tell what version of Marlin it is. Oh, really? So much for being open source, right? We get to lose as a nozzle crashed into the Earth's core, right? Looks like nothing. Not getting any calm. Tech device manager. It does detect it. What is this set up as? Probably a serial port, communications port, COM1. Oh yeah, COM4. Okay. So let's reset front interface. Oh, there's a COM4. Alright. Let's see what it does. Connects. Alright. Giving us our bed temps and our extruder temp. Okay. Cool. Let's see. Smaller. A little smaller. So what do we need to do? M503. 503. There we go. So we got power loss recovery. M403S1. I don't know what that means. Oh, input shaping. Hold on, what? Input shaping? Input shaping? Is this actually, does this actually have input shaping? It's running Marlin 2.1. Where do we see that? Where'd you see that? Do I have to read this whole entire thing? That's a lot of stuff to read. Or are you just guessing the version based off of the fact that it has input shaping? Okay, yeah, so it does look like they are... That's interesting, though. Why would they not put this in their... I'm gonna screenshot this for you guys. Why would they not put input shaping in their... marketing? Problem? Yeah, you see a problem? I'm gonna put this in my Discord and Hedgehog Makes under general chat. If you want to take a look at that closer. The GD32F303 chip is not compatible with Marlin 2.1.2. So, is that what this board is using? So, does this input shaping do something? Like, I mean, we're printing pretty reasonably fast. It almost feels like it does have input shaping. I don't know. I feel like it does. Kind of has that characteristic. Like it's doing something. All right, separate driver current. It's setting the extruder to 600 milliamps. But just the extruder? T0? Full zero? And we shouldn't care about your feelings. Oh, this is Creality. I mean, they're not completely incompetent when it comes to software. Completely. But I'm guessing that could just be a difference between their marketing department and the engineering department. But anything else you want to look at here? I think that's pretty much it. So power loss recovery, does this mean it has it on or off? Because I generally don't want it on. Put a 10K Excel, right? Yeah, it's on. So technically it's working. I don't know. Maybe it'll work fine because it has a bigger SD card. I don't know. You want to test it? You want to test power loss recovery? Ready for a power loss? Power loss in 3, 2, 1. Continue. Wow, that print is looking good. I know the filament doesn't really help because it's such good looking filament. Wife and newborn asleep, toddler, grandmother's house, and printer's going. Oh, yep. That's how I feel. So let me try to take a picture of this. It's hard because starlight filament, but it's homing the X and Y, which is smart. Has a blob though. We'll see. This is mostly just a test print. But let's see. Let's see them walls. It's gonna be hard to get a picture. Just take my word for it. It looks pretty good. And yeah, there we go. Power loss detection worked. Let's see how well these pictures came out. That one's terrible. Well, that's a pretty good picture. Yeah, I'll post that on my Discord. But take a look at it. Just first impressions. Pretty good. Yeah, he did everything back up and it rehomed X and Y too. It lifted up the Z and homed X and Y and then lowered it. Didn't home the Z though. Which is exactly what you want because you might lose a little bit of XY steps, and it is best to rehome. I think that's what the bamboo does too. But it doesn't home the Z, and it assumes that it's fine. We do have a noticeable, a noticeable line on the where we said stop printing though. Which, I mean, at the end of the day, if this is mostly a functional print, then that's perfect. But if you're printing something that needs to be extremely decorative, I wouldn't rely on this for saving your print. So I'll leave it as is. If this is printing as fast as I would really just print with a standard printer. Like, this is reasonably fast, accelerations are good, the speeds are good, the quality is good. This is a great printer. Seriously, this is a really good printer. Now has googly eyes. Oh, geez. So yeah, what do you guys think? Are you gonna run out and buy this printer? I don't have any affiliate codes yet. I don't have anything, but if you do buy this printer, let them know that I sent you on Twitter and stuff. Yeah, tag them on Twitter. Now, how long is this printer gonna last? I expect it's gonna last a pretty long time. It's a very basic hot end. The extruder is known to be fairly reliable. It has NEMA 17 motors. There's nothing crazy going on. I already got it. Wanna buy a second one? Like, this is a great little like print farm printer. Seriously. Now, I would be interested in seeing how well this, gets clipperized with the Sonic pad, but I don't think you need it. I'd be more interested in finding a way to remotely send files to it. I think Creality has like an internet box thing. What is this? Creality Wi-Fi box. What is that? So it's a $33 box. What does it do? Creality, so it's like Creality Cloud. Yeah, never mind. Octoprint. Besides Octoprint. So I think the Beagle camera. I think that one has the V2. I think that one allows you to do remote sending. And it also monitors your print. So how much is that? That is $90. It's quite a bit for a printer like this. I'd be more interested in I guess a Pi-based setup. But for simplicity, what's the simplest way to remotely send files to it? Use Retract firmware. No, I'm trying to keep this, kind of user-friendly. Like, I didn't really do anything to this printer besides I ran, just the basic calibration setup. I replaced the PEI. Anyone can really do that. You don't see they can make money on this? That's the thing. They're probably, I don't know. They're probably not. You'd be surprised though. These are very, very bulk mass-produced printers. Pi Zero. I don't know. I think this works pretty good as is, and I would want to keep it remotely stock. So yeah, what simple solution would you use for remote sending? Like a Wi-Fi SD card? Would you use one of those? How much are Wi-Fi SD cards now? $20? $30? That needs a host? Oh, okay. Alright. So no Wi-Fi SD card. Oh, did we ever confirm that there is pressure advance setup on here? Oh, you know what's funny? The line from turning off the printer. I wonder if... Alright, it almost looks like it's like part of the model because it's a Frankenstein. Well, would you want me to, let's see, could I possibly get like a Big Tree Tech Pi and then use that for Octoprint? Because those are readily available now. And they're not very expensive. Can you get Pi 02Ws yet on Amazon? That's $40. Yeah, and that you need. I don't know. Would you rather have a full-on Big Tree Tech Pi? Has smart power laws, tries to make the line look work with the design. Oh, right. I don't know. Would you rather get a Pi 02 for what, $35? Or the Big Tree Tech Pi, or one of the other Pis. There's many other options. Big Tree Tech is buggy. What printer am I using it in? I haven't played around too much with it. It's in the IDEX printer. Real Pi. I think the Pi 0 for $35, that seems like a lot, doesn't it? The older one is $25 on Amazon. I don't know what the MSRP for these things are. Yeah, that seems like a lot. I'm not going to pay more than like a clone Pi. If I type in single board computer, I haven't done this in a long time. You get a Libre Compute for $35. Yeah. Well, the cool thing about if you use a Big Tree Tech Pi, you can back it off of the 24 volts right on here. You don't need an external power supply. So there's plenty of room underneath. You could just throw it underneath. This is all plastic, so Wi-Fi works through it. Oh, Wi-Fi is, alright, MSRP is $15, okay. Older 0. Yeah, on Amazon they're like $25. But I would be interested for, again, around like, it's $37 with a 20% coupon right now. That's a pretty good price. Now, ignoring the bugs, all that stuff, and assuming that'll work fine for Octoprint, I think that could be a good solution. You go with an orange pie. Can you get that on Amazon? Orange pie. Ooh. Almost $50 on Amazon. Yeah, that's like 50 versus 30 for the other one. At that point, you're almost better off waiting for an actual pie. Which you can get places, just they're not always in stock. Yeah, Ali. Let's check in the print quality. Damn. That's pretty good. Even the overhangs. Not terrible. They've really optimized that cooling duct for the single 4010. Raspberry Pi 4. How much is a Raspberry Pi 4? At this time of recording, because we're recording a live video. Let's see. So there's a lot in stock. Can I sort by USD? No. $100 a Micro Center. Just like a basic, the most basic Raspberry Pi, even like 3, any of them. DigiKey US has, oh, it's a CM4. That's nice. Let's see. Anyone in the US? Yeah, it doesn't look like they're, I keep hearing that they're readily available, but I guess that's something you have to like sign up for or find a specific store. So model 4B with 1 gig of RAM is allegedly $35 US at Chicago Electronics Distributors, which will be perfectly fine for Octoprint, but I would honestly rather get the Big Tree Tech Pi because you can connect that right into the power supply here, and that's kind of a killer, you know, a killer setup. So let's go with that. I think that would work well. And I will make a video, or at least, you know, demonstrate / have Octoprint running. It's $27 for the Big Tree Tech Pi. Just for the simplicity, ignoring the raw performance or any of the bugs they have. Because mine actually ran for a little bit and it was fine. I haven't had a lot of time on it. Even the CB1 modules have been pretty solid overall. Maybe I can bring this with me to Earth. I don't know if I'll have a table yet, but I'll put it on someone's table. Because yeah, the print quality is just like flawless. All right, it's actually 31, which is still not bad. Let's try it. Can you spend like 35 bucks and set up Octoprint, whatever, and make this a completely remotely managed printer? And then Octoprint's gonna give you even more features out of it. So I'd be interested to see, you know, like what we can turn this little printer into without really spending any money. I don't consider Octoprint a mod. It's more of an accessory, if that makes any sense. Like modding would be, like that's a mod, obviously. That's permanently deforming the printer. But I'm happy. I'm very happy with this. Take another video. Let's get this angular here. Yeah, I think we're all done here. Gotta have your pies and your $35. I know, everyone who had their pies. They're useful for random things, and it just so happens that they're extremely useful for 3D printing. They improved USB-C interface. No longer allows the printer motherboard to power up when USB your Pi. Oh, okay, so they just removed the power over USB. That's good. So my goal will probably be, I don't know, maybe it makes more sense to we either run the USB cable into the printer, or we run 24 volts out from the printer. And I think it would make more sense to run it into the printer. There's just not really any holes for that. Let's put this on the side for a second. Are there any like access holes besides the one for the Z-axis? It's a very small indent. Let's see. There's actually quite a bit of room there. Might be possible to stick the cable in. It's very closed up, honestly. There's not a lot of room anywhere. Even the Z-axis, it's pretty small of a hole. Like, where would you want to run this? I'm guessing, like I said, out from the little Z hole. It looks like there's like no room here. Yeah, it's very sealed off, which is great. So if I can get the cable in there, but if you're running Octoprint, it would be nice to have a webcam as well. So maybe I actually run the 24 volts out from the Z-axis and then build a little box to put like right here. That would make sense. Either way, be a fun little project, and I'm sure someone's already done something similar, but you know, this is a new printer, and I think when people realize what you can get for $200 now, this completely completely destroys any Kingroad product. I'm sorry, but there are no Kingroad products that compete with this anymore, including the KP5L. Okay. One big disclaimer with this printer. This is not an all-metal hot end. It is a PTFE line hot end. So you are not printing ABS on this printer. I don't care if it says you can. You are not going to print ABS. Do not print over 240 on the printer. But we're going to look into, you know, upgrading the hot end, seeing what it takes to replace the heat break. I don't know much about it, but I'll tinker around with it and, oh, I don't know, maybe throw on a block and see if we can get like a volcano block on it. Yeah, it's not the end of the world, but it's one of those things where they could have added an all-metal hot end, but they want to make this kind of bottom of the barrel. They're really, really scraping by on making this as cheap as possible. And I think they did a great job. They cheaped out exactly where it mattered, and at the end, we have a printer that is making a print. So much for a stock machine. Yes, I'm never going to keep this stock forever. You know that. This is a content printer. But we are going to keep it stock for a fair bit of time. Probably like a month, which is a long time for a 3D printer. Just long enough to do a video comparing the Anycubic Cobra 2 Neo to this. Once I do that, then we're going to start upgrading this. And it also makes sense that, you know, people are going to upgrade in the future, not right away. You won't be able to stop yourself from sending grand upgrades if you got one. I feel that. A whole month, yeah. A whole month on the printer. That's a long time in terms of 3D printing. Oh my god. In a whole month, there's going to be 3 new printers from Creality out. So you got to get up and on with the times. Yeah, it's interesting. PTFE hot ends do have a benefit. They have a benefit of something. There's some benefit to them. But do note that if you buy this printer, we're mostly printing PLA. I wouldn't even recommend printing PETG on here. PETG and non-all-metal hot ends don't go well. You tend to get blobbing up in there if it retracts, and it's not fun. You'll have to disassemble the whole printer. But let's zoom on this one more time and get a good view on it. Let's see if I can get a better shot of that. Looks like we do have an artifact. I don't know what it is. I can't tell if it's missteps. Remember, this printer is not intended to be printed this fast. I'm just pushing it to its absolute limits. Sprite could be all metal for $9. Yeah, I'm guessing so. I'll check and see if this like standard, you know, this setup can be easily modified. Why is the model upside down? That's a good question. I don't know. This version came with the model up and down, so I don't know. I thought it'd be fun to print it upside down. It looked like there was less overhangs like this. Oh, I did tip it up. You're right. You're right. Yeah, you're 100% right. I like physically moved the printer. Don't move the printer while it's printing. All right, well, I'll see if it does anything else. But yeah, you're probably right on that one. Man, this Polymaker filament is so beautiful. All their new Starlight colors. It never makes me want to buy regular color filament again. Oh no. I'll run all my filament in here. I have Prushiment. I have some print bed, Sparta. I got some. What brand is this? Like R3D filament. That stuff that was on Amazon, $10 a kilogram. You think belt display is better? That's a great conversation point. The belts. I can't tell you. I like the motor being mounted there. I think it makes sense. But I feel like you get more. I don't know. It's a great question. There's nothing typically going on here. Oh, that motor is very hot. Yeah, I could definitely see that motor, probably the Y motor too, just being a slightly bigger motors. They're very small for what they are. Again, cheaping out. Like these should have been the slightly larger size. You guys on Polysonic? Nice. I've had some for a bit and I've printed off a little bit. If you're interested. Here's a print with Polymaker's Polysonic filament from 0 to 40 millimeters a second on the V0. No, sorry, V0. V2.4 with a 0.5 CHT nozzle and torpedo. Essentially, ultra high flow hot end with the regular PLA. Breaks up past like 25. And then this is the same print with the Polysonic. Same exact G code. Pretty crazy how much extra flow you can get out of it. Yeah, 40 millimeters cubed, it's flow. So the top of here is 40 millimeters cubed. It's starting to break up around like, I don't know, a high 30s. But yeah, if you need to print stuff fast, definitely get this stuff. Quality-wise, it's not going to rival regular PLA, I don't think. But definitely for speed. Good for speed. It's a sonic filament. Motor is great. Great spot for a pie cam. You mean like if it had a stock motor mount on it? Like, where would you mount a camera, honestly? There is this right here. So this looks like it... Is it just a cover? What is this? If this is just a cover, then this whole piece can be modeled and replaced. Oh, that's the entire that's the entire V wheel. Huh. Interesting. Let's put that back. So maybe not use these for mounting stuff. Yeah, it doesn't need it. It doesn't need it. Yeah, you could probably mount it there. Just don't do it while the printer is moving. I don't see anywhere else to mount stuff though. There's like almost no mounting screws. Maybe like on the bottom here, but no, not really. Yeah, maybe the bottom here with whatever screw is going through here. That's possible. So either here, or a combination of both of them. That would be even better. So those look like, I can't tell if they're M4 or M5. It looks like M4, but these are idlers, so I'd expect it to be M5. Once again, they're using the top idler here is a flange bearing, and the bottom one is a standard bearing, not flanged. That's a weird combination. Desk mount. Yeah, that's possible too, but if you have a print that's moving up, you generally want to watch where it's printing. Oof, yeah, it did not like me removing the the V-wheel. Clamp directly to the motor. This right here, well, number one, that's very hot. Oh, you mean like on the bottom? No, you can't do that either, because I guess you could. You can have the motor facing the back and out, but I want to have the front of the print. But if you're just looking for like very basic monitoring, you could mount it from underneath, like under here, where the motor is. That's possible. Does it have anything on the other side? Not really. But I'd rather have it be like on the side, kind of. Let's say the tip of the tripod it gets attached to. I want it kind of like here. You know, kind of like out and then this way. Maybe even like right here. So it can kind of like look at the print like that. And not too close so you can see the whole thing. Water mount. You get Mountain Dew instead of Sprite. That'd be my preference, although I like Moxie. So, oh. Maybe, no, that wouldn't really work. No, it wouldn't work. I was almost thinking of somehow backfeeding from the 24-volt power built into this board, powering the Retract Pi with that. Because I'm also planning on having some type of enclosure on the side here. Maybe mounted to the stepper. But some type of box on the side with a big Retract Pi. Maybe a cooling fan. And then that would have to have the connection for a USB webcam. So with that option, there's no buck converter needed, just straight 24 volts into the big Retract Pi. Which I do have one. I could actually, you know what? Since the Pis are based off of the SD card, I could just take out the SD card from the IDEX printer and then just start using it on this one with the new config. Yeah, we can try that out. It'll be fun. As much as I love this, this is 13 minutes left. You know what? We'll finish this print. Why not? Finish this print off and then call it night. I might do an overnight on it. I feel like it's reliable enough to do an overnight print with. We'll go for it. I might wipe the bed down first though. I don't know how clean it is. So what should I print overnight? Kind of a longer print. What do you want to really test this printer with? You know, go crazy. John, I'm not even gonna read that. I want real answers. Oh, geez, you guys. Oh, there's that 3D Print Bunny suspended string art model. That could be fun. Flexi Dragon. Yeah, okay, the hiding in the rain. Safe from the rain, yeah. All right, let's do that. It's a pretty big print. Let's slice it. New project. That is here. Looks like this. Kind of a bigger print. It'll really test, you know, test the whole thing out. What color should it be? What color? I have what is this one? Let's do Twilight. Polymaker Twilight. Kind of like rainy color. Yeah, see that. I think it has to be printed at 0.3 layer heights, if I remember correctly. Oh, suspended hand? That's weird. Let's see. Oh, no, 0.2. Okay. 0.2 layer heights. No Arachne. Perfect. This one is 0.2. Oh, so let's see. 0.2. Classic. Speed. Let's just put it down to the recommended XLs just for now, which is 2500. Just to be a little bit safer. Yeah, this is 150 millimeters a second, allegedly, external perimeters. Let's save that for now. Auto repair, I guess we can run this through the, actually, I don't know if it should be repaired because it's a model. There, just like that. It's only estimated 3 hours. That's not bad. Yeah, we're gonna test the part cooling, test this profile out quite a bit. 2500 millimeters a second travel. That's hilarious. I think that was supposed to be 250, which we could probably increase to like 500. It'll be limited in firmware. Filament settings 220. Yeah, we're fine there. All right, cool. So I'll run that overnight. It's actually probably best to do overnight because it's only a 3-hour print. So if anything goes wrong, it's only going wrong for 3 hours. And I want to check my cooling settings too. Cooling. Yeah, it says minimum 35. So let's bring that up to 100%. Let's keep it at 100% cooling all the time because less than that for the part cooling, it sounds very bad. Right? Well, I'm expecting this to be a pretty good printer. Printed 2 so far, Bamboo and KP3S. Awesome. Yeah, it's at 0.2 layers. Put on Maker Deck for safekeeping. Well, they won't wake me up, but I could. Yeah, definitely could. So as this print finishes up, I don't really have too much more to say besides really thank you guys for, tuning in and watching this go. I had a lot of fun. They accidentally included some trash with this. Oops. Same thing with this. But yeah, we printed part of a Swatch truck. And then a very abused model. Hey, you know, we abused this just about as much as you could possibly abuse a model. We unplugged the printer during printing. I lifted it up and moved it around. And I removed a Z V-wheel. It does not get worse than that besides like knocking the print over. I'm torturing the print at 4K XLs. I don't know. I'll let you guys be the judge. Would I recommend this printer? I would take this over any King Rune. Well, we'll put it above King Rune at least. And you know, Nathan Builds Robots put this as S tier on his printer list. This is an S tier printer for the price. Absolutely. If you can do this out of the box with no tuning, well, okay. I don't think there's really much tuning to do. But I bet you I can get some pretty good prints with the Creality software too, whatever their stock profile is. In fact, even better prints because it prints slower. Given that artifacts are sometimes caused by printing slow, but we'll ignore that. Cooling? It's good. It's pretty good cooling. Focal press tomorrow? Awesome. Yeah, I'll help with that. Tomorrow, if you're watching this live, I will not be streaming on my channel. But stay tuned in for a Saturday evening stream over on twitch.tv/zombiehedgehog. If you're watching this live, make sure to check the description. There's plenty of links. Links to where to get this printer, links to my affiliates, and if you want to support me on Patreon, that would be amazing. Allows me to do things like buy printers for review. So if you'd like to see more budget printers, let me know in the comments. I feel like we're finally at a point where budget printers are worth getting again. And of course, you can get any printer and make it work for you, but how much work do you want to put in out of the box? This, I took it out, I screwed it in, you watched me, it just worked. Okay, the slicer definitely needs some improvements, a lot of improvements. I would improve by not using it. Creality Cloud, I will not use that. But it's an under 3. But it's not an under 3. It's the next generation of higher performance out of the box printers. And why would you get a K1 for printing PLA when you can get this? Ask yourself that. Do you really need a K1 for 600 bucks? Or do you want 3 of these? If I was running a print farm, I know what I would pick. Almost done. Finishing up here. And we'll check the print quality. And if this is your first time watching, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for subscribing. I tend to do more custom printer builds like Vorons and... That was quite the move. And this big printer behind me. But I do like stock printers and I tend to just mod them immediately. So I buy them, let them do their thing, and then mod them. All right, are you ready to see? Remember, we had power recovery loss on purpose. Printer moved around and tilted on purpose, and removed the ZV wheel on purpose. Are you ready? This is in Polymaker's Starlight Aurora PLA. So ignore the 3 bands. Those are my 3 mess ups. This is without even tuning the flow for a filament. This is just guessing. So yes, the filament does, you know, mask a little bit of imperfections, but I don't see anything wrong with it. So printed, this is the top layer right here. Looks like a bit of cooling issue or like sag right here. That is an issue. You see ringing? Let's see. See if I can see it. Nope. Not at all. The external perimeters were set to 500, and it's allegedly using input shaper. So there is almost no visible ringing. So I'll print off a real model and not this monstrosity. This right here, I'd like to see improved. You can see the ring on camera. A lot of it's the filament too. Let's see if I can get an angle. Remember, this is under studio lighting, under worst case conditions. Oh, I see what you're saying. On like the very, very top of the head. Wow, that is like... It might be part of the model. No, I don't know. It's hard. Okay, anyway. This is a $200 printer. It's nearly perfect. So, yeah. Creality wins this round. And if you're wondering why I'm wearing a Creality shirt, that's because I went to Creality ShareFests. So if you're going to be in the area when Creality is hosting a ShareFest, I would recommend stopping by if they let you in. It's a lot of fun. You get to meet folks from the actual Creality team. Really humanizes the brand too, because hey, they make good stuff. They make pretty damn good stuff. So let's celebrate that and, you know, just make some cool prints. So with that being said, this has been a very fun stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the unboxing of the Creality Ender 3 V3 SE. If you'd like to see more of this type of content, leave a video response. Leave a comment down below. Make sure to like and subscribe. You forgot to hit the like button. I'll let you do that now. Thank you. Thank you. If you made it this far into the video, just like it, please. And for more content, check me out on this channel or on twitch.tv/zombiehedgehog. I do a mix of streaming on both platforms. I'm also all over Discord, all over the social medias. Make sure to give me a follow. I hope to make 3D printing more accessible and more informative to everyone. That's the goal. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you to Polymaker for providing filament to print on these types of streams. And hopefully work with Creality eventually to get some of these printers sent over. We'll see. All right. Have a good night, good morning, good evening, and goodbye.